you okay with us being here?
Lady.
Lady, lady. Yes. Yes. Ashley. Is it a lady Ashley is talking to? Or are you referring to Ashley?
It just said Ashley, I'm not kidding.
Whoa! Ashley just got her name. She has now ascended. I don't know if you heard that, Pip, but your sister from another mister here, Piper, just said we should put Pip on FaceTime.
That was crazy.
That's a good way to end the night, though.
Yeah.
Great way to end the night.
Wild.
About it. Okay, we need to.
What is that?
coordinate now.
Yeah, what was that sound?
What?
I thought that was you rolling something.
I thought that was you rolling something.
At first I thought it was outside, but then it sounded like it was something
That was-
inside.
That sounded like it was from in here. What was that?
Yeah, but that switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
Shuts off the armor.
Alright, let me see if there's a switch over here. These switches here.
That was not us.
Again.
I think I heard Sabrina say Mom.
Huh?
What? I thought you were in another room.
She didn't say
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
Annaberg. It's either called Annaberg or Annaberg Mansion, and it is in historic Manassas, of Manassas, Virginia.
Short people will be like.
Yeah, the short people will be fine. Okay. So welcome everybody to the USS North Carolina. This is the Wildwood Sanatorium. And it looks like we've got really good Wi-Fi for this. This is where we're starting the investigation tonight. There's my partner in crime, Phil Rossi.
I would like the cat balls.
Feeling like somebody needs to go into bed.
Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that? Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
All right, hold on. Hold the phone, everyone. I'm going to isolate this section. Isolate this section. Okay.
Is that still going off in there,
Hey,
Tina?
Pip, I'm going to hand you the cat balls, if that's cool. Tina,
I would like the cat
Tina's
balls.
feeling like somebody needs to go into bed.
Someone needs some cat balls.
It's right there. I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
Is that still going off in there,
Hey,
Tina?
Pip, I'm going to hand you the cat balls, if that's cool. Tina,
I would like the cat
Tina's
balls.
feeling like somebody needs to go into bed.
Someone needs some cat balls. You have 3 cat balls. You mean the
2. 1, 2. And then I will put this one on the bottom. And
So I
then this
see you're
one
having a lot of fun.
on the top. And then
Thor, has anyone ever called you a Bond villain in a previous life? Because, man, I swear to God, it just sounds like he's saying, it seems you have the upper hand in the cards, Mr. Bond.
I mean, I never said I wasn't.
I wish I knew how to quit you, Thor. I wish I knew how to quit you. Oh, my God.
Which is a 3/3, and Valgava, which is
6/6.
a 6/6.
Where's the beef? It's on Mike's battlefield. Where it is. Jeez.
Huh?
It is a 6/6 on Mike's battlefield. You know what, Mike? I don't believe you'll sacrifice your Valgava. I don't believe you'll do it.
Do it for the vine. You ain't gonna do it.
I don't believe you're gonna do it. I'm gonna send Yuma.
Go ahead and block. You won't.
You won't do
Have
it.
you lost life yet in your turn?
No.
You're about to.
Is my entire hand counter? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a game
right,
for the ages. I'm gonna save
This is
this
a game. This is a game.
Chat.
All right, we untap the land. We untap the land. We're both at 1.
I don't hear no bell. I don't hear no bell, Nick. I don't hear no bell.
All right. All right. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh.
Oh, there we go. There's my reacher moment. That was my reacher.
Daddy, I'm only in the next room, and I can hear you. Daddy! Daddy? Look, Daddy, I got to groom myself because I'm a beautiful Appalachian queen. Yes, you, chat. And I'm telling you right now, nobody better be touching my torty beans. If anybody touch my torty beans, there's gonna rue the day. They are, because I'm an Appalachian queen. I am. I'm about done with this, I swear to this technological hoopa-joop. Right here, chat. That's my furry ass. Kiss it. Pucker up, buttercup.
Oh, they are. Game of the year, people. Game of the fucking year.
I'm calling it right now.
I'm calling it now. Game of the fucking year. We are 12. We are 12.
Hi, everybody. We had a bit of a false start there, but right now I think I have successfully ironed out all the kinks. I think I have. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be sounding a little funky right now. I admit. I have been under the weather. I've been out of sorts. I have been ill. I've been sick, people. And it sucks around the holidays. But you know what? Here we are. How you doing, everybody? This is the TeeMonster, but tonight we are representing Old Spirits Investigations, and we will be doing our weekly dose, everyone, of weirdness. We will be doing our weekly dose of the Grim Gazette, and it was supposed to be last night, but last night my voice and myself were just not in. We were not in the frame of mind. We just were not. It was rough. It was rough, everybody. I don't pretend in any way, shape, or form to say right now that I sound good, right? I sound a little rough. But that's all right. Let me back up a bit. So Pip started feeling under the weather sometime last week, right? And she was feeling pretty rough around the edges, okay? And she just got worse and worse and worse as things went on. I have been able to avoid it. I've been able to, stay clear of whatever the creeping crud was. And this lasted for a week. Everybody. And I was very excited because Pip was starting to come out of it, and she was starting to sound a lot better, and I thought to myself, okay, I avoided it. I avoided the creeping crud, and I'm thrilled, and I'm not going to be sick during the holiday season. Fantastic. At least that's what I thought. Then I'm playing Magic the Gathering with the Mana Buds. We're kicking back. We're having a great time. By the way, Elle, good to see you over there on YouTube. Much appreciated. And I'm wrapping up the stream with the Mana Buds. Everything's going smoothly, but near the end of the stream, I noticed a shift. I just felt weird. I felt slightly off, and I was a little worried about this because I'm thinking to myself, am I about to take a dive? Because you know that feeling of when you're getting sick, and it's just kind of creeping up on you. By the way, everybody, sorry, I'm gonna have to do another quick social post before I commit to stream. That's what was happening. I started to feel myself get a little achy, a little weird. I just felt a little off, and I thought to myself, okay, I can get through this. By the end of Monday, I said, I'm gonna need some Theraflu. And Tuesday, forget about it. Tuesday, I was a mess. I went down, and I went down hard. I went down like the Titanic. I mean, it was rough. And so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna have to weather the storm, and I did. I mean, I haven't been up in the studio for almost 2 days. Not since Monday. Steve Saylor's Christmas present, it's going to be late. So I'm just going to come out and say that it's going to be late. And I just knew Tuesday that if I could just pull it together for Wednesday's stream, I'll be fine. Wednesday rolls around. I'm feeling better. Not great, but I'm feeling better. And so I go, okay, I got this. I think I can manage this. I think I can navigate this. And I'm trying to remember what I did. I did something constructive. And it was small. It was a very small little thing I did around the house. I can't even remember what it was. But it was enough for me to go, nope. I don't have this. I don't have this at all. So I postponed my lunch with Phil, and then I took some more Theraflu, and I went to bed. And today is the best I have felt all week. And as you can tell, I still don't sound like spectacular, but it's fine. I was able to make I'm able to make it out here tonight. And yeah, I'm just going to have to do my previous stream tonight, and then I don't know. I'll come up with a bonus stream somewhere sometime. But right now, I'm just glad I'm upright. Now, I did want to say I did get a dice for the it was a nice purple dice too, that I picked up for the advent calendar. That was very nice. And my wife and I have been doing this year. We're doing an advent calendar, which is completely done with dice. And for inexpensive dice, this is actually a pretty freaking nice little collection we're building here between me and my wife. But welcome everybody to the stream. Both, and finally, I got things live both on YouTube and on Twitch. We had a bit of a false start. You just watched the Krampus horror movie a few days ago. That I know from my horror fans and horror friends that Krampus is a must watch for this season. And my hat's off to you. What else? There was something else about the horror movies I was thinking about concerning Christmas and horror movies. And I'm completely blanking on what it was. But I think there was somewhere. I remember we were talking about horror movies and Christmas. Like, are there? Oh, I think I know what it was. So last week's Grim Gazette, we delved into the controversial topic of what are non-Christmassy Christmas movies, aka Die Hard, and we talked a bit about that. And one of the things that I remember we were talking about was, yes, Die Hard was a go-to Christmas movie for me, and was sort of set in stone as one of the great modern day action Christmas classics. And then I mentioned Violent Night, and that is where David Harbour plays Santa Claus, and they literally do Die Hard with Santa. The difference is that in the middle of this terrific action movie with David Harbour as Santa, they do this this par excellence incredible tribute to Home Alone, if Home Alone had been rated R. And I was so happy with it. It was such a great it was such a great trip. So if you have not seen Violent Night, that to me is my new go-to Christmas classic. We haven't watched it yet, but we're getting there. This is, oh wait, hang on. I'm gonna have to look at this. I'm gonna have to look at that later. Sorry, I just got distracted. ADHD kicks in. Sorry, everybody. The holidays are coming along. We've got the house decorated. We're up to 90%. Got a few more things, but the thing that's been slowing us down is that both Pip and I have been sick, so that really does not help in the slightest. But we're forging ahead, and we should have the house to 100% Christmas capacity. If not by tomorrow, definitely by Saturday. And next week there will be a special schedule, just so everybody knows, because next week is, of course, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And again, I want to make sure that if any of you feel like you're alone on the holidays, I wish I could say, hey, look, I'm going to do a special Christmas stream for everybody, but we have plans. My mom's here for one thing, and so Twitch Grandma will be in the house. But all that being said, there is going to be a special schedule next week. Just want to give everybody a heads up on it. I also want to make sure that folks know that if they feel alone, I would recommend that you hop on over to the stream Beardo Gets Scared, and that's over on should be over on Twitch and on YouTube. But most of his stuff is, at least I know, most of his stuff is on YouTube. Beardo is a fantastic debunker, and he's a debunker that actually dabbles in paranormal investigation. He's a guy that I really respect in the circle, in the circles of both debunkers and paranormal, because he doesn't just go, oh, this is BS, and then moves on. He really he does a deep look as to why what you're looking at is not legit. And when he sees something that he himself cannot explain, he will own up to it. So I dig that about him as well. By the way, if anybody thinks that I'm being vain by having my stream up in the background, that is not the case. I do this to make sure I can monitor the stream, make sure that everything is moving along at a good pace, and everything is running smooth. So just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Beardo does this thing on Christmas Day called No One Alone at Christmas, and he just has him along with a bunch of friends of his, other content creators, that is, and they all just basically stay on, and they just give people company. So if you're feeling as if you are, if you feel like you're not you're alone on Christmas, or there's something, or that you're feeling down, or you're looking for a place just to hang out and just enjoy nice people and good company. I have hung out before in Beardo's streams before, and he's great. He is charming as hell. And it is my hope that one day, if I don't get over to where Beardo is, Beardo comes over here, and not only do we have a fun outing from a paranormal perspective, but also I'm hoping that I can buy him a beer, and we can just sit back and we can just chat, because he seems like as my wife would say, he's a good bloke. He's good value, and he just seems like a guy cut from a good cloth, and I like I said, I really respect him, and I recommend that if you're looking for debunkers that are out there to keep people like me honest, that's the thing about debunkers. I've never really gone in. I don't think I've gone into a deep discussion about this, but I personally think, excuse me, that if the paranormal field was perfect, we wouldn't need debunkers, but we need debunkers. And when I say debunkers, I mean people that are serious about trying to find out what is being presented before them. If it's coming from a legitimate place of sincerity, or or if they're looking to get to get the clicks and the likes and the analytics. So just remember that, everybody. Remember that. I respect the debunkers who don't just go, that's BS. That's BS. That's BS. No, it's about really looking at what is being presented before you. and going, okay, this guy thinks this is paranormal. Let's see if we can rule it out. Let's see if we can really narrow it down. And that's part of what I have to do as a paranormal investigator. If I come to you and say, hey, I think this is paranormal, if I say that, I'd better be right. I better be sure. I better be sure that I have ruled out everything else that it could be. Is it outside noise? Is it interference? Is it an artifact? Is it, it could be a number of things. And I just need to make sure that whatever I am presenting before you, I've done my due diligence. You know, that makes that. I mean, I'm kind of you know, yeah. Jeez. I blame being sick. Normally I do not trip over my own words like this, or normally I'm not at a loss for words. But oh my God, there's an EMFer. I have an EMFer sighting. Aurelus, how are you? How are you? Every haunted house has a demon, dude. You get me. I know you get me. You get me, Aurelus. By the way, if I don't get to see you before dipping low for the Christmas break, I hope you have a lovely Christmas, and I hope you have a joyous New Year, and I hope that you are surrounded by people that you love. And if not, like I said, make sure to make some time for Beardo's No One Alone at Christmas, because I think that's a lovely thing that he does, and I would love to be able to do that with him, to do the presentation with him, be one of those people that stays on for an hour, 2, 3, however many hours he needs. The problem is I am one of those people and I don't take it for granted. I consider myself very, very lucky. I have plans on Christmas Day. One, I'll be coming back from my Christmas celebrations with my family, and then when I get here, we get the place, you know, spruced up a bit, because my mom, Twitch Grandma, will be showing up with the kiddo, and then we exchange gifts here. And then later that night, we're going over to the Rossi's new house with my mom, and we're going to have a nice Christmas dinner with the Rossi's. And this will be the Rossi's first Christmas here in beautiful Hill City. So I'm pretty stoked about all this. Now the problem is I would love to be able to give back, because I know there are people in my community, both on Twitch and on YouTube, that maybe don't have a place to be, or will be going somewhere for Christmas. But I want you all to know, you know, whether you're on YouTube or whether you are on Twitch, whether you are part of the Monster Mash on Twitch or an EMFer over on YouTube, just remember, Twitch Dad loves you, and you're not alone. You always have a place here, and I'm thrilled that you're here spending some time with me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I wish you and your family the best holiday. May you get all the gifts you dream of. And thank you again. Thank you again. Just so you know, we are going to be doing another set of paranormal events in beautiful Manassas, Virginia. Aurelus can tell you all about that because she attended one of them. And yeah, I think she might have had some fun.
So we're good, right?
Yeah, we were good. It was a good time. And now where are we going to be? I have no idea. I know that we will be, one of the places is definitely going to be Annenberg. They want us to come back to Annenberg Mansion, do another public event there. Now, this is all in 2026, so this is what we have to look forward to. Also in 2026, we have to look forward to is going to be Season 5 of Old Spirits, but I want to get, before I really start talking about Season 5, as in the launch date and all that, I want to make sure that I clock in at least 2 more investigations. No, I'm sorry, 4 more investigations. 4 more. Because I want to make sure we have enough content to get us through an entire season. Also, I wanted to say, for anybody that saw the last Grim Gazette, where we cracked into the footage of the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, we heard that voice, right? We heard a voice that didn't sound like me and didn't sound like Tina. I'm beginning to back away from the fact that that when I said I don't know what that is, I'm beginning to back away from the fact that back away from the hope that it was an EVP. Yes, I'm backing away from that because it was something that Phil actually said. He said, sounds like the voice of a child. And I do remember when Tina and I were headed out there, and I'm just going to have to watch the video again and just see if we saw anybody in the background. But I remember there was a kid watching me set up the drone, and he thought it was pretty cool. I remember that. And being a streamer and a content creator of a certain age, anytime a young person says you're doing something that's cool, you know, you kind of want to hang on to that. So I'm beginning to think that maybe that had been a bystander. And I just want to make sure that I make that clear. I'm going to double check it, though. I'm going to double check and see what we got. See what we got there. But yes, tonight, our Grim Gazette. Just want to give everybody a heads up what you're going to be expecting tonight. The Grim Gazette tonight is going to be more paranormal analysis, more weird news, and we're actually going to do something I haven't done in a while. We're going to be doing a reaction video. And this is in the same vein as I did with Sam and Colby when they went to Linville Manor, and with the Doug video about Twitch for Dummies. We're going to be doing something like that. And I cannot wait to share this with you because, yeah, this is something I am so impressed with this content that I said I want to make this a special reaction video, provided I can get through it without coughing. and we're gonna have some fun with that tonight. So that's what we have tonight: weird news, paranormal debunks. Paranormal analyses, I should say, paranormal analyses. And then finally, our deep dive, which is actually going to be a reaction video recorded live. Some other things, because I was having lunch with Phil today. Had a great lunch with Phil. Introduced him to my favorite sushi and ramen place here in Lynchburg. And we were talking a bit about where we wanted to go for those 4 investigations. We do have access to a train that can take us. If we go one way, we go towards New York. If we go the other way, we go towards New Orleans. Now, I know that when people say, "Oh, New Orleans, ooh, yeah, sounds good," but the problem in New Orleans is a lot of the places down there, while haunted, do not do private investigations. They're milking that cow for everything it's worth. And I'm not sure about if there's anywhere in between there. I know where I want to go. Some of the places that I've talked about, I really want to go to Brushy Mountain. I really want to go to Brushy Mountain Penitentiary. I would love to go to the Ohio State Reformatory, which was the jail that is based off the Shawshank Redemption. And, sorry, not based off of. The Shawshank Redemption was based off of the Ohio State Reformatory. That's where they filmed it. And even the cast were experiencing some wild things at the Reformatory. Give me a second, everybody. I just want to post something quick in my Discord. First, I want to make sure that the announcement went out. Just checking. Were you all notified? I went live. I've been thinking about this, the whole notifications of going live and things like that, because of, as Aurelis may have pointed out, or maybe she didn't. So Aurelis and I met through another group called Paranormal Quest. Great guys. Ryan and Dave, terrific guys. And Ryan and Dave had been concerned about their notifications going out, getting out to people. Now, okay, great. So Aurelis just pinged me, just said yes, great, cool. And hang on one second, everybody. Attention, attention, all personnel. Ads in 35 seconds. Ads in 35 seconds. That is all. Now that's over on Twitch. You're gonna eventually hear me talk about ads, but when we but over on YouTube, you shouldn't notice anything. You shouldn't see any sort of ads or whatever. That's just a Twitch thing. So as I was saying, so they were talking about how they feel like some of their episodes aren't having the reach and aren't having the different reach that and analytics that other episodes should have. And they're wondering, like, are the notifications going off? Do people know that we're streaming? That sort of thing. One of the things that I'm going to be trying to do on season 5, and I'm just giving a heads up on this, just want to do a little bit of behind the scenes things that we creators do, that we deal with, is we don't know, to be fair, exactly where the lines of certain things are, or what the rules of certain things are. And I wonder if that is something that Ryan and Dave are, and not just Ryan and Dave, Amy's Crypt and others, are all navigating. Hear me out. When I was watching Call Me Chris, aka Chris Collins, someone I really admire in YouTube circles, hella fun content creator. I love what she does, and she is also quite good when she applies herself with Selena. When the two of them are focused, man, they are terrific paranormal investigators, in my humble opinion. I really enjoyed 85% of Highway to Hell. The last 15% was a little dodgy, but their Highway to Hell series was terrific, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. Okay, I'm telling you all this because Chris was recently doing. She has a series she does called Deep Dive Crime, and she talks about true crime, unsolved cases, or she talks about the serial killers. She talks about serial killers and the shenanigans that they get up to. And one of the things I notice is that she avoids trigger words. And at one time, she would substitute words, like she wouldn't say the big S word, but she would say slewer slide. And that way, when she uses it in context, people would go on ahead and they would if you said the big S word, it would send off a red flag to the powers that be at the mothership of YouTube, and your analytics would get fussed with. Now, at one time she was saying things like, she was saying words that rhymed, like slewer slide. Now she's just outright beeping them out. And she's not even beeping them out. She's just taking the sound out completely. She's just boop, and then she continues on. So before I continue, Elle, I would say in response to that, it's gonna involve a lot of poutine. It's gonna involve a lot of poutine. That's all I got for you. And if you don't know what that is, I would suggest looking it up and how to make it, and as much of it as possible. As far as language, because when we're dealing with the stuff that we're dealing with, it's hard to avoid those words. Unaliving some. That's the big one. Unaliving. You're not doing the big K word. You're unaliving someone. If it's not the S word, you are unsubscribing from life. That's the one I really enjoy. And I'm wondering if that's something I need to consider moving forward with what we do at Old Spirits. Now, I'm also wondering if I'm overthinking it. And the reason I say that is because I do a lot of history stuff. on Old Spirits. Phil and I do a lot of history and a lot of research of history on Old Spirits, and it's kind of hard to hit those or to avoid those trigger words, especially when you're talking about battles and you're talking about battles in the Civil War, battles in the American Revolution, or otherwise. You can't really. To me, it's also somewhat disrespectful when you are talking about, say, Gettysburg, and you say that there were hundreds of thousands of people that were unalived at Gettysburg. No. To me, that's just wrong. That just makes no sense whatsoever. It was a time of war. It was a time where you had to address this. You have to address the fact that every casualty of the American Civil War, every death, everyone that was killed was an American. And to say that every soldier that was unalived at Gettysburg was an American, it just loses some of the impact. And so I'm trying to figure out how to navigate that in season 5. I've been kind of in the back of my head thinking about reaching out to both Dave and Ryan, as well as the ladies from Adelaide, Cag and Allie, and asking the four of them, could this be one of the things that we may be missing? That may be one of the reasons why we suddenly have these some of these episodes that go out and they perform really well, and then some that don't perform well at all. Could it just be that we're using the trigger words that they don't want us to use? But the problem is that to be as respectful as we can to these other, to whatever is happening in these different places, we're trying to be respectful, but we're also navigating the unspoken rules of YouTube. And that is the hardest thing. That is the hardest thing about what we do here. And I totally acknowledge that. I think the hardest thing, the only people that know the rules of how the analytics work and what the rules are the people at YouTube. And they're not telling us. And I get it, because they don't want people to do what people did in those early days of social media. They want to game the system. And it's kind of difficult to navigate. I honestly didn't mean to be this deep. I didn't mean to be this deep. I guess I'm getting all my deep vibes out right now, because things that make you go, exactly, Rollis. Things that make you go, and I get it. They want to keep that secret sauce. They want to preserve that secret sauce. In fact, I read, was I going to, oh wait, maybe that was the story that I was going to include. Hold on. I wanted to find that story first. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. There it is. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah. Oh, crap. Okay. Sorry. I don't know what song is currently playing. I've never heard it before, but Dog Nabbit, it is so darling. That was a darling song. Hang on. I gotta see if I can like that song. Oh, it won't let me go back. Damn it. Track attributes. No, I don't think that'll. Dog nabbit. That was such a darling little catchy ditty. That was the definition of it. Well, that is such a ditty. That is a true to life ditty. Not a P ditty, mind you. Not a P ditty. But all right, let me just this one almost has a Tim Burton Nightmare Before Christmas kind of vibe about it, because I'm also digging that too. But I hope whatever you get up to this holiday, I hope you're good. I hope you're taking care of yourselves, and I hope you're safe. That's from me over here, and I hope that everybody's good. All right, just a quick double check. Yep, we are good. We are good for tonight. That was the missing story I had. So, let's avoid. You know what? There's a story in here that I was going to take out, but L, I'm leaving in there for you. I'm leaving that story in there for you. And let's see. And I'll actually put that there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, perfect. Perfection. We got it. We got it. Diddy trigger word. Yeah, exactly. I probably just red flagged this because I said the word Diddy. It happens. I'm sure it happens. Anyway, so we got 10 minutes before we got 10 minutes until we get ready. Don't worry if you're concerned about the hydration level. Got plenty of hydration here. It should be able to get me through the night. But just as a quick reminder to everybody who is showing up, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, we are finally simulcasting on both YouTube and Twitch. I promised that I would resolve it. I got it. Oh, and you might notice too, chat. You might notice that if you go, and this is for folks on YouTube if you want to get in on the fun. You might notice that on YouTube, you might notice that if you go to twitch.tv/TheTeeMonster and you go to my panels, you'll notice that I have now added something into the panels. You'll notice that I now have some sound effects that you all can play for bits for bips. Yes, for bits. Yeah, not bips, bits. I have fixed blurp, and I think my blurp should be working fine. If you don't know what blurp is a service on Twitch. Well, it works with Twitch. I think it should work with YouTube as well. But it basically allows you to play random sound effects in my stream at any possible time. Now, I want to make sure this is clear. I want to make sure we're clear with everybody. All right? This is a very heavy responsibility I'm putting on all of you. All right? And you have to be responsible with it. Now, I thought I'd set aside a hello there. But but I actually have that in my rewards. But yes, the blurp, I believe I have fixed blurp. There were some people that were a little disappointed that my blurp wasn't working. Well, that sounds dirty, doesn't it? But yes, I have as far as I know, I have fixed blurp. It should play just fine. If anybody wants to test it, they're more than welcome to. That's over on Twitch though. Over on YouTube, they haven't quite caught up with the whole idea of playing around with extensions and dropping of special effects and things like that. They haven't done that yet. You can do the emotes and all that stuff, and that's fine. But you know, it's just something I noticed. Anyway, but yes, next week is going to be a slightly shorter week. But I wanted to make sure everybody knew that yes, things are going to be running a little different next week. In other news, just a little side notes here and there. I think I finished my Christmas shopping today. I think I finished all of my Christmas shopping. I managed to get some stocking stuffers today from a funny honey, and I am very pleased with myself. And I'm going to leave it at that, just in case she's watching, because sometimes she does that. Sometimes, chat, Twitch Mom will sneak in here, and she will watch my stream because she wants to make sure that I'm behaving. Yeah, giggity. And before I forget, it is time, before we do the Grim Gazette, it is time for the stream's Shakespeare quote of the stream. Now, for those of you on YouTube, you might have never seen me do this, but yes, I'm now doing this thing where at least, well, not at least, once every stream, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or both, I read off and share with you all a deep dive into a quote from William Shakespeare, for the works of William Shakespeare, because I am an actor at heart. I do miss the treading of the boards, if you will. And yeah, I came across these cards and I said, you know what? I want to start doing a Shakespeare quote at the beginning of my stream before I get into the meat and potatoes and everything. So here we go. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls. Conscience is but a word that cowards use. Devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. March on, join bravely, let us to it pell-mell. If not to heaven, then hand to hell. That's a good one. What is that from? Ah, that makes sense. Okay, and I think I know who's talking this. This is from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. And here is the setup. Oh no, really? Is it still not working? Is it still not working? Dang. Ah. You have failed me, Blurp. You have failed me. Thank you, by the way, for playing that. Thank you for playing that, Aurelis. I could have swore I had it all set up. Blurp. Now I'm going to go over to the website and see what's going on here. Hold on. I would like to see if it played anything. Okay, Twitch channel points. Okay. Huh. I see them listed. Now, where's my... Okay, I'm going to the dashboard right now. Just to... Yeah, it sees what you did.
Emotional damage.
It sees what you did, but for some reason it's not playing. That sucks. Okay. I'm going to look into that. That sucks. Poop butts. All right. So this quote I just read from King Richard III. Here we go. On the eve of his final reckoning, at the Battle of Bosworth, Richard is visited by a series of ghosts while he has briefly fallen asleep in his tent under the influence of wine. Each ghost represents someone he has murdered. Prince Edward, Henry VI, Clarence, and all. And each offers him some variation on, "Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow." Richard's conscience has finally been pricked by this dream, but he disguises his newfound fears by offering the emboldening speech exerted here to his comrade, the Duke of Norfolk, prior to battle. Earlier in the same scene, he had cried upon starting out of his dream, "My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain." No kidding. That's how this ends. No kidding. So if you are not familiar with the play or the production of Richard III, allow me to illuminate. So Richard III, King Richard III, for some historians, the much aligned Richard III, he is one of Shakespeare's greatest villains, and he's the one that's got the hunchback, and he's got the deformed arm, and so on and so forth. Well, the thing about Richard III is that it is a very hard play to navigate if you don't know the history. So what I tell people is, give yourself a double feature if you want to watch this film, because there are some extremely good film adaptations of Richard III out there. But the way to do this, the way to really wrap your brain around it and understand what is happening, because there's a lot of history that's happening here, is you watch a film, a very short film, actually. I think it's less than 90 minutes. But there was a film that was made by Al Pacino. Yes, you heard me right. Al Pacino. He directed it. And it's called Looking for Richard. And it was a cute little, it really is a cute little documentary. But when I say cute, I don't mean it in a derogatory way. It really is charming. And there's a lot of heart to this. And what it is Al Pacino in the documentary, he says, I've been cast as Richard III. And I don't know anything about this guy. So I got to go out and I got to figure out who he is. And the documentary is Al Pacino kind of going through, talking to different actors and directors, everyone from Sir John Gielgud to Kenneth Branagh to Alec Baldwin, and he's basically talking about the journey of trying to figure out who King Richard is. He talks to historians, he talks to scholars, he talks to all these people, and while he is guiding himself through this journey of trying to figure out who King Richard is, you as the audience member not only get the scoop on the history of Richard III, you also get this very truncated version of the play. People are doing scenes, and some of these actors include Winona Ryder, the aforementioned Alec Baldwin. It's really, really cool. So watch Looking for Richard. Then, after you've seen Looking for Richard, immediately watch after it Richard III with Ian McKellen as in Gandalf, as in Magneto, because this is a version of Richard III set in a fascist England around the time of World War II. And the premise is that instead of Hitler, it was Richard III. And it is absolutely brilliant. It is so much fun to watch because it is a true representation of what you can do with Shakespeare. When you really have a great concept. And the concept is, hey, let's take Richard III, but instead of setting it in, with knights and swords and all that stuff, let's bring in guns, let's bring in Nazis, let's bring in fascists, let's bring in, something along those lines. But we'll all set it to Shakespeare. And it's so effing good. It is so effing good. And when you watch Looking for Richard alongside it, it actually helps you keep up with the history. So Richard III is one of my, it's not one of my favorite Shakespeare plays, but it definitely has some banger monologues. And yeah, Richard III, if done right, is the kind of villain that keeps you up at night. And he's charming until he's not. And that's something I've always enjoyed. All right, everybody. It's now 7:00. So we gotta fade out the Christmas music. And it is time, for those of you who don't know, this is our weekly news, our weekly paranormal analysis, our weekly chance to just kick back, and you know what to do on these certain days, on these certain streams. It's time to get weird. And it is time for the Grim Gazette, your weekly dose of weird news, paranormal analysis, and deep dive discussions into things that are paranormal. My name is T. You can call me TheTeeMonster or Twitch Dad. Aaron, I want to say I'm sorry you came in at the worst possible time. The Shakespeare quote for the stream was from Richard III, and I was talking about a film version of Richard III featuring Ian McKellen, where he plays more or less a fascist. It's a fascist regime in England. So yeah, that's what you came in on, Aaron. Sorry about that. I know that was probably. Why are we talking about fascists? We're actually talking about Shakespearean fascists, so it's kind of confusing that way. Anyway, my name is T. You can call me TheTeeMonster, Twitch Dad. We are going to be talking about all these things here on the Grim Gazette. And for those of you who have never been at the Grim Gazette, this is a chance for us to indulge in the weird, as well as also look at what some people are trying to pass off as paranormal, but it may not be paranormal, and then have a serious, deep discussion about something that's happening in the world of the paranormal. Did want to say, if it doesn't happen tonight, it's happening tomorrow. But if you recall an earlier Grim Gazette, the folks at Penhurst at Penhurst Asylum, they are on Feliz Navidad. The folks at Penhurst Asylum are actually sitting down with the local city council to talk about the potential of the data center. And if you don't know what I mean by that, I'm just going to give you the quick TLDR of it. The people that own, I should say the individual that owns the Penhurst Asylum, yeah, he's selling it. They're knocking it down to put a data center there. And we've already had a deep talk about it. The bigger problem is not necessarily the knocking down Penhurst is a true loss. That goes without saying. But the bigger problem is that Penhurst is surrounded by houses. There are little, hamlets of residential areas. And oh, that's right. You might have missed this one, Aurelis. Yeah. You can go ahead and look at some of my past streams and take a look at the Grim Gazette where I talk about it. But yeah, the guy who's running Penhurst Asylum, yeah, he's clear about it. He does not care a jot about preserving history. There are two kinds of people that are in the paranormal. There are those to preserve the history, and look at you, walking bard, coming in here, Walker, and dropping a whole tier 1 sub bomb to Aaron, to Kartzy, to Minnesota, to Mega Meow, and the Level Beast, the Level Best. Well, I appreciate it when your finger slips like that. I seriously do. Thank you very much, Walker. I appreciate you. But yeah, well, I know that my alerts are working, so that's cool. That's cool. Oh, and, oh my God. My alerts are working. The problem is that the alert is behind the GamerCat cam, so that's why nobody saw it. All right. It was an alert test. Well, thank you. Ember, hey, how are you? Good to have you in stream. Nobody's missed anything from the Grim Gazette just yet. But I wanted to do a quick summary because I think some folks from YouTube are like, wait, what's going on here? So yes, TLDR, the guy who's running Penhurst, he has zero interest in preserving history. He is milking this cow for everything it's worth. And he has made that clear, not only in statements to the press, but when you go to the Penhurst Paracon, every time you go to Penhurst, a new building has been shut down or torn down. Now, I told you there were two types of people. And the other type of people are the people who preserve the history. You look at the people who run Wildwood Sanitarium. You look at the people who run the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. And what they're doing is with every penny that they earn from that, they're putting it back into the facility. And if you go back to look at Amy's Crypt recent visit to the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, you see them on the first and second floor, and they have nearly restored all of first and second floor. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful what they've done. Same thing with Wildwood. Wildwood, they're trying to restore the property. Anyway, what's going on there is they're trying to take care of the properties. The other ones are looking for their payday. And unfortunately, the person that runs Pennhurst is one of the other ones. And he has already said, this is happening. This is happening no matter what. But to me, the loss of Pennhurst, angering the spirits is bad enough. Because, yes, there's something at Pennhurst. Oh, there's something nasty at Pennhurst. Stand by. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 20 seconds. Ads in 20 seconds. That is all. Again, that's only for the folks on Twitch. For those folks who are on YouTube, you're not going to see any ads. You should be fine. But the problem is that there's a lot of residential properties and a lot of just houses around the area of Pennhurst. And while Pennhurst is quiet at night, if they put a data center there, it's no longer going to be quiet. Not by a long shot. So they are supposed to be meeting this week to talk about this. And while the worst part of this, though, is, I shouldn't say the worst. One of the other things that just, if you want to know how dodgy this whole thing is, they're talking this week about the fate of Pennhurst. They are still selling tickets for the Pennhurst Paracon. So yeah, that's also happening. Is they're still selling tickets for the Pennhurst Paracon while they're making plans to sell off Pennhurst. Now, I don't remember. I'd have to look it up about whether or not construction on this data center is going to happen anytime soon. But I would be pretty surprised because there's a lot of money exchanging hands. With that much money, I don't think they're going to wait until he does this one last Pennhurst Paracon and then say, okay, I'll take my check now and go. But yeah, that's what's happening right now at the Pennhurst Asylum. Ghost of the Machine, that's exactly what I was thinking, Walker. That is exactly what I was thinking. I was like, wow. Okay. But it would be far worse. In my opinion, it would be far, far worse. Because it really bums me out that the creepy voices that my blurps are not working. I'm not sure why. Sorry, Aaron. I appreciate you dropping in the blurp, but unfortunately, blurp is failing me. It says it's connected, but hang on. I could always do this. You know, I think I am going to do this. Hold on one second. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. I think what I'll do is I think I'll just go manual. I think I'll just go manual on this. All right. This is what Aaron meant to drop in.
Why do you seem so scared?
There you go.
Please come and play with me. I'm so lonely.
All right. There you go. Finally, my IT degree and ghost investigation skills can be combined into a Voltron of awesome. That's it. Creepy. There you go. See, I got you. So what I'm going to do is, if I get the alerts for the blurps, I'll just play them manually, and then I'm going to go back and try to figure out what the heck is wrong with my blurp. It sounds like something I should get an ointment for or something, but no, that's okay. Where are we headed? Okay. As I said, we're starting off right now with the weird news of the week. And again, thank you very much for joining the Grim Gazette. Hello? Where's my mouse? There it is. The joys of having multiple monitors. Okay. And we can even leave the we can leave the festive music up as we get into the weird news. And I love stories like this. I'm a sucker for stories like this. Here's our first story of this week's Grim Gazette. Wild polar bear mother adopts orphan cub in rare occurrence. Trying to find some festive weird news for everybody, and here we go. A team of Canadian researchers have documented a rare case of a female polar bear adopting an unrelated cub who is apparently orphaned. I hope you got my nightmare fuel over on Discord. The nonprofit group Polar Bears International said researchers placed a tracking collar on a female polar bear with a single cub in the spring. She was spotted again in the fall, this time with 2 cubs of approximately the same age. The mother bear, identified as X33991, is part of the Western Hudson Bay polar bear subpopulation. Researchers say that in over 4,600 bears from the subpopulation that have been studied over the course of the last half century, this is only the 13th documented case of a mother adopting an orphaned cub. Polar bear adoptions are very rare and unusual, and we don't know why they happen. Alicia McCall, Director of Conservation Outreach and a staff scientist for Polar Bears International, said in the video released by the organization. And that must be her. Evan Richardson, a research scientist with Environment and Climate Change Canada, said polar bears have strong maternal instincts. Female polar bears are really good moms, and so they're just primed for looking after and caring for their offspring, he said. We think if there's a little cub that's bawling on the coast... Ouch. Sorry, I need to take a moment. Female polar bears are really good moms, so they're just primed for looking after and caring for their offspring, he said. We think if there's a little cub that's bawling on the coast and has lost its mother, these females just can't help themselves but to take them on and look after them. It's a really curious behavior and an interesting aspect of polar bear life history. Researchers say they took a genetic sample from the adopted cub in the hopes of identifying what happened to its biological mother. Okay, and they've got some video, so I think we need to look at this video. That's really awful music to play in this beautiful, touching thing.
In March of this year, we caught a female. She had 1 cub, and we left, and she went back out on the sea ice. And then we came back in the fall to check up on various bears again. And when we ran into this female a second time, she had a second cub. And when we catch the bears, we put little tags in their ears so we can identify them over the long term and track individuals through their life. And when we landed the helicopter and
Panic is going to be beside herself.
One of the cubs had tags and one of them didn't. So we started scratching our heads because that was obviously a cue that this bear was new to this family group. Cub adoption's fairly rare in polar bears. It's been documented in other places like Norway and the Canadian high Arctic, and in particular in the Western Hudson Bay polar bear population that occupies the area around Churchill.
Just a little
this
guy.
Is the 13th case of cub adoption we've documented over a 45-year study. So it's 1% of all litters have any indication of cub adoption. So we don't know anything about the adopted cub's mother yet, but we are running genetic samples. So just kind of like CSI on TV, we can match individual genotypes and look at paternity and maternity. And so we can take this cub's genotype and then we'll balance it against the pedigree we have that has over 4,600 individual bears that we've sampled over 45 years. And we can see if its mom is still alive and in the study population. In some of the previous cases of cub adoption, this has been the case. So mom was still alive, known to be alive, and somehow the family groups get separated. And then, another mother takes these lone cubs on and care for them in the long term.
This is just so hard.
Polar bear mothers are pretty amazing. They're pretty fierce. I mean, they'll defend their cubs at all costs. And, cub adoption and offspring adoption in general in mammals has been documented in 60 different species. And so it really looks like, female mammals and particularly female polar bears are just maternally primed to take care of their young, and that, they really can't help themselves. If there's a lone cub that's falling on the tundra, they just can't help themselves, and they take them on. And we do know from our long-term research that many of these cubs do survive. So it's not just kind of a chance encounter and the cub just kind of follows her around.
Oh, sorry.
around for, a month or two, it really looks like they do take care of them and help increase their chances of survival.
Oh, that's
in
great.
March of this year, we caught a female. She had one.
So freaking cool. So freaking cool. I love that. A little Christmas magic for you, everybody. A little Christmas magic for you. And yes, who else are I think bears in general. I don't know about the brown bears. Black bears are very protective of their cubs. But I think brown bears equally, they if you threaten them, they're like all right, and they basically try to keep their distance. You threaten the cubs, it's game on. It's freaking game on. So yeah, that was just a nice story. I love that. Okay. Moving on, I saw this headline and said, "Oh hell yeah, we're going to talk about this." 92-year-old grandmother wins Tekken 8 tournament in Japan.
Hail to the king, baby.
I would say queen, but I think you would have a dog queen. I need something like that. For a second, I thought and I hoped that it was gamer grandma, and I don't know if you've seen this woman before on YouTube, but she's amazing. She's a little old lady, and she calls herself gamer grandma, and she would always start her videos, konnichiwa, and then she would say, like, today I'm playing this. And she was playing everything from like Resi Evil to, she was wearing the traditional frock that you see, grandmas, wearing over in Tokyo and places like that. But she was just slaying in video games, and she was a hero of mine. I love her. Okay, so 92-year-old grandmother wins Tekken 8 tournament in Japan. Here we go. Don't worry, I'm going to clip that. I'm going to see what this clip is all about here. A 92-year-old Japanese grandmother showed off her skills at the popular video game Tekken 8 and was named winner of an esports tournament. Oh, man.
Hail to the king, baby.
That's awesome. Let's go. The CARE Esports Association, an organization specializing in video game tournaments for senior citizens, announced its 12th biannual tournament has completed with Hisako Sakai, 92, taking the top spot. The tournament featured 8 senior citizens ranging in ages from 73 to 95. She probably took them out. Yeah, you know what? I get that. She probably was taking them out for a Coke. Of course they were, Twitch Mom. Of course they were. It's the holidays. Just, okay. Facing off in virtually held one-on-one Tekken 8 matchups. Sakai defeated 74-year-old Goros Sugiyama in the finals to take the top spot in the tournament, which was live streamed on CARE Esports YouTube channel with live commentary. Oh, heck yeah. Sakai played as Claudio in the final round, while Sugiyama selected Lily as his character. CARE Esports held its first tournament in 2019 and now holds 2 tournaments a year for players who win preliminary matches in Aichi, and Gifu prefectures. Prefectures? Okay. I don't know what that is. The organization said it's hoping to hold a fully national tournament in the near future. All right. Let's see how long this video is. Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. 7 minutes. This is going to be 7
so
of the
the preparations
best
are
minutes
still taking a little longer. So, wait a minute. Oh, the preparations are done. Oh, here they come. Yes, here they come. It's a match between Amigo
All right,
Club
here are two
Nikako and
competitors up at
Kawakido
the top.
Tsuyuki. Flames are shooting up from the ring. They look like real bad guys. Done. Right? Now, let's take a look. Mishima wins a match where he gets yelled at. Oh, he dives in to dodge the
I don't know if grandma here is
using...
using
that a punch called Ira?
I don't know if
That's a
grandma
very
here is
powerful
using
punch.
a keyboard, or if she's
Claudio's,
using
he
or
floats
if
him up and
she's got her controller flat on the
doesn't
ground.
let him escape from the wall. Follow up with a
Homeboy
solid
over here is
attack.
chill.
Oh, there it is. The one who Floated him up once with Enderoba is.
That was a good hit.
Strong. Yeah, strong.
Now, the one who floated him up first in the air combo, he's floating him up again. Dot. Now, Sakai does it too. Now, and here, after this, it's going
check
to
out
break.
Grandma here.
Hey,
Sakai-san, amazing, amazing attack power, perfect, amazing.
perfect. Not even a single hit.
She's going in hard.
Intense. I'm in the
Same situation, amazing, can't believe it, he's passing me and spinning around, and then a follow-up.
attack of 62 damage. Isn't that the maximum damage? I found the light, guarded.
And Kato's
And
got to step up.
from
Kato's
behind,
got to step up.
Endorber. Switched places, right? They switched places. Things like this are easy to do with Iron Aid. Even if the positions are switched, the ability to calmly deal with chaotic battles is required. Sato's Armor King, who made use of his momentum, stopped moving. Are you okay?
Kato over here
Now,
is
Luigi.
chill as hell,
Oh,
but
is it
man.
because his special move is coming out? Oh,
I kind of know. He can.
rest while his special move is coming out. That's right.
Oh, amazing, wow.
Amazing. Okay. Now, he's taking a lot of damage,
she's low.
but he placed the light. Follow-up attack from the side. Oh,
man,
that's a good move.
If Sakai over
He's
here,
also using heat again.
oh my God, is she
Can
gonna
he
come
expect a
back
lot
on?
of
Is she
damage?
gonna come back on
what
him?
should I do? Never mind. I won't make it in time.
Ah.
For some reason, the ring explodes on top and crashes.
Oh, what an amazing move.
Amazing. Oh, it's 2 versus
Okay,
2.
final round.
It's 2.
Versus 2 now. Now, the one who crushes the back with the opening move is Kato a marking. He gradually jumps and approaches. Claudio Laria from Sake and another lift
Kato is just chill AF. I mean, I
amazing.
game like
Today's
Sakai.
kicks are
I'm
really
just gonna say it.
effective.
I game
They're
like Sakai.
effective.
I get into
Now,
it.
in
I
return,
get into it.
Kato lands in a marking light, but he's
Uh-oh.
closing in.
One
He
click.
can't guard against the one-hit kill. Wait, if his remaining health is low, the power of Regia will increase significantly. But even for me, the ring breaks and I take
it's gonna
77
be
damage.
close.
What
It's
an
gonna be close.
amazing fight. 77 out of 200 points. Oh, he's taken off 1/3. A big move. Now, Regis follows up. Oh, nice. Regis.
Dot. Next, a comeback from behind. A comeback from a physical strength check. And
Oh my God! Wow!
amazing, amazing move. Wow, Kato-san, he should have been
Sure of victory, but Asako calmly performed a rage arts from behind and won a stunning comeback victory.
Okay, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous in the nicest possible way. That was cool. That was so freaking cool. Dang. Now now I'm not sure what this is. What is this the whole thing? Yeah, this is the whole tournament. 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 57 seconds. So yeah. How about that for a Christmas miracle? Your 92-year-old grandmother is now a title holder in Tekken 8. I love that. I freaking love that. Let's go. I love that. All right. And of course, it wouldn't be a Grim Gazette if we didn't talk a little bit about the Guinness Book of World Records. Man sings Christmas songs for 42 hours to break world's record. The proprietor of a sandwich shop in England attempted a Guinness World Record by spending 42 consecutive hours singing Christmas songs. Dave Purchase, a.k.a. Mr. Toasty, of the On Toast sandwich shop, closed the store inside Gloucester's Warehouse 4 so he could attempt the world record for the longest marathon singing Christmas songs, which previously set at 40 hours by Confident Survival Eong in Nigeria in 2024. Purchase's 38 songs included traditional classics like Jingle Bells, as well as more modern classics hits like from Mariah Carey and Wham. He rotated through the tunes and finished after singing 600 684 songs. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Unleash the
I'll take that one. That's 684 songs. He was joined at various points in his attempt by a dementia choir, a children's choir, and festive locals. I mean, if we're gonna watch a 92-year-old grandmother play Tekken, hopefully this won't be too long. Let's see how long. Let's see how he. I want to know how he sounds. All right, Mr. Toasty's in the groove.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
Okay.
All I want for Christmas is you.
42 hours of this. 42 hours of this. If you're playing Whamageddon, you're safe right now. If you're playing Whamageddon, you're okay. You're in a safe spot.
To hang my stocking
But
there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus will make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own.
He's selling it. Gotta admit, he's selling it.
Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
I didn't realize there was like a slow jam version of All I Want for Christmas Is You. And he did that for 42 consecutive hours, a total of 684 songs. I mean, wow. My hat's off to you, sir. And I love Christmas music, but woo, 684. I don't even think I even know 684 songs. All right. So this one, I reserved for our pal L over on YouTube. Thought they would appreciate this. A Harvard morgue manager who sold body parts like baubles gets 8-year prison term. So yeah, for those of you who like a little macabre with your holidays, if you're really into the Krampus as opposed to the Claus, this story is for you. And there's the gentleman right there who worked at the Harvard University morgue. A former manager of the Harvard Medical School morgue in Boston was sentenced to 8 years in prison for stealing and selling body parts as if they were baubles. Authorities say Cedric Lodge was at the center of a ghoulish scheme in which he shipped brains, skin, hands, and faces to buyers in Pennsylvania and elsewhere after cadavers donated to Harvard were no longer in need for research. His wife, Denise Lodge, was sentenced just over a year in prison for assisting him. They appeared Tuesday in federal court in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. In one example, Cedric Lodge provided skin to a buyer so it could be tanned into leather and bound into a book. A deeply horrifying reality, Assistant U.S. Attorney Alison Martin said in a court filing. In another, Cedric and Denise Lodge sold a man's face. Perhaps to be kept on a shelf, perhaps to be used for something even more disturbing, Martin said. She said Lodge 58 of Goffstown, New Hampshire, treated the parts of beloved human beings as if they were baubles to be sold for profit, and collected thousands of dollars from 2018 to March 2020. After Harvard finishes using a donated body for research or teaching, the body typically is returned. I wonder how much I would get for my left pinky toe. Well, just remember, that pinky toe will probably automatically find its way back to where it came from because it went wee all the way home. After Harvard finishes using a donated body part for research or teaching, the body typically is returned to a family or cremated. Lodge acknowledged removing body parts before cremation. Lodge, who was a morgue manager for 28 years, expressed regret in court. Well, I would really hope so. I really would hope so. Defense attorney Patrick Casey said his acts were egregious. That wasn't the word I would use, but okay. Mr. Lodge acknowledges the seriousness of his conduct and the harm his actions have inflicted, probably the same thing in this term, on both the deceased persons whose bodies he callously degraded and their grieving families, Casey said in a court filing. Harvard suspended the donation of bodies for 5 months in 2023 when charges were filed. Prosecutors said at least 6 other people, including an employee at an Arkansas crematorium, have pled guilty in the investigation of body parts trafficking. The story has been corrected to show the court hearing was in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, not Scranton, Pennsylvania. I guess in a word, ill? Yeah, just straight up ill. Okay. So, don't worry, we're not ending on that tone. We're not ending on that tone. The tone we're ending on is this. And this makes me very, very happy. YouTube bans 2 popular channels that create fake AI movie trailers. Google loves AI content, except when it doesn't. Google is generally happy to see people using generative AI tools to create content, and it's doubly happy when they publish it on its platforms. But there are limits. Are there, though? Are there? Oh, now there are. But there are limits to everything. 2 YouTube channels that attracted millions of subscribers with AI-generated movie trailers have been shuttered. Screen Culture and KH Studios flooded the site with fake but often believable trailers. The channels, which have combined audiences of more than 2 million subscribers, which is a drop in the bucket compared to some. I'm just going to say that. Just a drop in the bucket compared to some. Became a thorn in Google's side in early 2025 when other YouTubers began griping about their sudden popularity in the age of AI. The channels produced videos with titles like GTA San Andreas 2025 teaser trailer and Malcolm in the Middle reboot 2025 first trailer. Of course, none of these projects exist, but that didn't stop them from appearing in users' feeds. Google demonetized the channels in early 2025, forcing them to adopt language that made it clear they were not official trailers. The channels were able to monetize again, but the disclaimers were not consistently used. Indeed, many of the most popular videos of those channels in recent months include no parody or concept trailer disclosures. Now, visiting either channel's page on YouTube produced an error reading, "This page isn't available." Sorry about that. Try searching something else. Like Old Spirits Investigations. Deadline reports that behavior of these creators ran afoul of YouTube's spam and misleading metadata policies. At the same time, Google loves generative AI. YouTube has added more ways for creators to use generative AI, and the company says more Gen AI tools are coming in the future. It's quite a tightrope for Google to walk. And here you go. You see like Ghost Rider with Keanu Reeves, Power Girl fan movie trailer with Sydney Sweeney, Malcolm Middle reboot, Fantastic Four First Steps, which might be an actual trailer. But yeah, fan trailer, first trailer. While passing off AI videos as authentic movie trailers, it's definitely spammy spammy conduct. The recent changes to the legal landscape could be a factor too. Disney recently entered into a partnership with OpenAI, bringing its massive library of characters to the company's Sora AI video app. At the same time, Disney sent a cease and desist letter to Google demanding the removal of Disney content from Google AI. This letter cited AI content on YouTube as a concern. Both the banned trailer channels made heavy use of Disney properties, sometimes even incorporating snippets of real trailers. For example, Screen Culture created 23 AI trailers for Fantastic Four First Steps, some of which outranked the official trailer in searches. It's unclear if either account used Google VO models to create the trailers, but Google's AI will recreate Disney characters without issue. While Screen Culture and KH Studio were the largest purveyors of AI movie trailers, they are far from alone. There are others with 5- and 6-digit subscriber counts, some of which include disclosures about fan-made content. Is that enough to save them from the ban hammer? Many YouTube viewers probably hope not. Okay, so here's my thing. And you've heard me talk about this. Oh. Attention, attention, all personnel. Ads in 20 seconds. Ads in 20 seconds. That is all. And again, for my folks on YouTube, you guys are fine. I actually fell for one of these videos. I fell for one of these videos, and I was about like 10 or 20 seconds in, and realized, oh wait, this isn't legit. This is fan made. Hey.
You wanna know who is screaming?
Who's screaming? Hey. What are you screaming about, buddy? Hi, Hicks.
Your finest humans. Beans.
I had to take a pause for the beans.
Yes.
There you go. But here's the thing about these these trailers. Yes, they're all bogus, unless you and partially to blame for people flocking to these channels for these fake trailers. Partially to blame is, of course, Wade Wilson, Deadpool. I mean, yes, we did eventually find out that Ryan Reynolds did, in fact, leak that footage. But most leaked footage is caught within moments of it being released. Now, in those moments, a lot of stuff happens. But what's really bad about these particular Gen AI videos is they really are misleading for obvious reasons. They're misleading because these projects are not going to happen. And there's nothing that's going to say, oh, yeah, that Sydney Sweeney and her massive chest is going to appear in a Power Girl film. But where it really gets complicated is the amount of resources. When Arelis over on YouTube said data centers are bad for your health, she was of course referring to the fact that to create Gen AI videos like this, it takes up a lot of resources, and sometimes these resources, when they're used, oh my god, they they still don't know exactly what the damage is. They know it's a lot. I'm not saying they don't know. They know they're doing damage. They just don't know to the extent. Some places have had it worse than others, and it's frustrating because you see a lot of this, what's now called slop. You've heard me call it computer rendered artistic product or crap. But all of this stuff, it actually does more damage than good. And I know I'm sounding like a Luddite right now. I really am. But here's the thing: I have certification in speaking on and consulting with AI. And here's the thing about AI: it's great as a tool. If it helps you get your job done, it's great. If it's doing the job for you, that's a problem. And somebody that just did a really great deep dive on this was Call Me Chris, Chris Collins. She recently did a deep dive into the psychological and mental impacts of AI. So yeah, I highly recommend that you look at that video from Chris Collins. It's really amazing. It's a very, very good breakdown of the potential damage that we don't even know yet of artificial intelligence. I know that right now, it's funny, and I'll tell you a quick story involving Twitch Mom, actually. Pip was called me upstairs, and I'm come upstairs from the studio, and Pip says, just finished recording something. Would you like to hear it? And I said, yeah, sure. So I'm listening. And within 30 seconds, I said, stop. And I remember saying to her, don't ever do that again. And it was basically she had fed this this engine. She had fed this AI engine like a podcast of her voice. And then she told it to read this script and create a vocal track for it. And it did it within minutes. And it was Pip, but it wasn't Pip. It was Pip if you took the life out of her voice. It sounded so emotionless. And and when I think of the hours on hours on hours of podcasting that's out there that I've done, and the hours and hours and hours of streaming that I've done, this type of stuff scares the crap out of me. And it bothers me that there are things like they're not only just bots that are pretending to be followers and subs on certain people's streams. There are now AI bots that are interacting with them. So they almost have a built-in audience, but it's also gaming the system. This is the thing was when I got my certification in AI, one of the things I really focused on was ethics. Because if we don't pilot this right, this is going to be a disaster. And the funny thing is, the guy who there's a terrific film that I just saw last night called The Big Short. It's about the housing crisis and the crash of the banking system around the 2000s, around the 2000s, late 2000s, and the character that Christian Bale played, he's the guy that figured out, if I can bet against these, if I can bet against these mortgage loans, and I can have a huge windfall for the company. And he was the guy that basically discovered this weird hiccup in the system. And what's funny is the guy that Christian Bale was playing, that guy in real life, he is now betting against NVIDIA and OpenAI. He's betting against them. And he's basically doing what he did with the housing crisis, but now he's talking about it with AI. And I think what makes Gen AI even worse on YouTube, they keep offering these awful tools in AI, in generative AI. And yet I can listen, and maybe it's the actor in me, maybe it's the pro voiceover guy in me, but I can within roughly 30 seconds to a minute, I can pretty much pick out when I can tell a voiceover track has been artificially rendered. And you never know where and when it's gonna trip up. I remember one time Sony was playing around with generative AI, and they were reading off all these different games that were coming up, and there was a game called The Secrets of Chernobyl, and the AI read it as The Secrets of Cornoble. And then there was another one we were watching. We were watching a video, and they were talking about James Bond. And in the script, the guy had typed in 007. And then when the guy came up to when the voiceover came up to the script, it said, and of course at this point he took on the role as 007. So yeah. Like I said, AI is a great tool to help you get stuff done. The technology, it's becoming a lot like blockchain. AI is a terrific technology to get stuff done. But if you are having it do the work for you, especially in a creative way, that is a disaster waiting to happen.
Damn. We're in a tight spot.
So just take it. This isn't me. This isn't Twitch Dad the Luddite talking. This is the guy with qualifications and certifications in consulting and AI, and it bothers me to no end. It bothers me to no end. But this is the world we are currently living in. All right. Now I have suspicions about the voiceovers in this, but I also think this guy has been doing these videos for so long that he just has a rhythm to his voice. But if there was ever a guy who had a voice that sounds like a false voice, it's this guy right here, the guy who does the voiceovers for Nuke's Top 10. And that's what we're doing right now. So this is the portion of the Grim Gazette. By the way, we just wrapped up our weird news section. Thank you very much for hanging out with us and getting weird. But now everybody, we're going into what I call paranormal analysis. Not necessarily paranormal debunks, but paranormal analysis. And I decide whether or not, in my own humble way, I try to look at a video and go, okay, it's either unexplainable, it is a bit dodgy, or it is as fake as they come. It is fake as AI. And that's what we're going to watch right here. But first things first, I think I need to take a quick break. So let's go ahead and let's take 5. If you haven't stretched, please stretch. If you haven't taken your meds, please take your meds. Go ahead and take care of yourself in these next few minutes. I'm going to be right back. Okay? Thank you very much for watching. It is the Grim Gazette with your pal, Twitch Dad, the TeeMonster, or just T. And I'm representing Old Spirits tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're just going to take a quick break. Sit tight.
No crib for a bed. The little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky and stay by my bedside till morning is nigh.
crib for a bed. The little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, the jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Okay, as you can see, I have a very he's waiting for me to give him a third round of treats. But he's also confused because if you look chat in the room in the back, you'll see the glow of headphones, and that's Pip. Pip is not watching the stream. She is in fact getting back into Ghosts of Yote. That's my gamer girl wife, everybody. And if you ask me, yep.
It's kind of hot. That's kinda hot, chat. I got me a gamer wife. Kinda hot. Okay.
All right. So we are jumping back into the Grim Gazette. My name is T. You can call me TheTeeMonster or Twitch Dad. And I am representing Old Spirits tonight. We are, in fact, doing our weekly dose of weird news, of paranormal analysis, and a deep dive discussion. And right now we are doing our paranormal analysis of this. This is Nuke's Top 10, but these are the 20 scariest videos of 2025, and I've been doing 5 at a time. I do invite folks to come into our Discord, and that Discord is over here. Don't worry, YouTube, I will be getting that over to you in just a second. But you can join our Discord, and once you join the Discord, you can then go on ahead and go over to the room called Grim Gazette, and you can submit 5 minutes or less, please. You can submit clips for me to look at from YouTube, from TikTok, from Instagram, wherever you have seen them, and go on ahead and submit those clips, and eventually I will collect 5 of them, and I will go on ahead and analyze them, same way that I'm analyzing stuff here. The reason I'm going over with Nuke's Top 5 is that it is probably one of the most reliable of places that I can go to find clips from all over the world and clips from different places. However, I am well aware that Nuke's Top 5 or Nuke's Top 10, or no, it is Nuke's Top 5. Nuke's Top 5 is sometimes are very liberal in what they define as paranormal. They are extremely yeah. Sometimes they take liberties, and I have fallen victim to some of those liberties. But now that I know what I'm looking for, I think I can handle this a little better. So let's go ahead and let's take a look. Now, when we start doing our paranormal analysis, I fade out the music, and we hit play. So here we go. We're picking this up from last week. So we've already watched 5 videos of the 20th scariest videos of 2025.
Strange phenomenon happens, and no one knows how or why. He says that no children have ever lived in that apartment, so he has no idea who or what.
And I dismiss this as it could have been artifacted video. It could have been artifacted video. And that is a problem that you have with a lot of these types of cameras. They will create images that just do not exist, or they just existed 2 or 3 hours earlier or prior. So these cameras are neat, but these types of cameras are neat, but they are also not what I would call they're not reliable for definitive proof. So no, I'm not impressed with this.
This might be,
in the lake.
To this day, the footage remains a mystery. Gimme shelter.
Okay, so here we go.
YouTuber Tyson Pierce has a channel dedicated to travel.
All right, so we're looking at Tyson Pierce right here, and yeah, this is new stuff. So here we go. Tell me what's going on, Tyson.
The outdoors and basic survival in nature. But on one fateful day, all of his training is put to the ultimate test when something happens that is absolutely terrifying. Tyson is out in the middle of nowhere in Hawkesbury, Ontario, Canada, building what he calls a Viking turf house survival hut. Tagging along with him to help are his younger brother and his friend. The guys are about halfway through building the Viking hut when suddenly an urgent weather warning comes through on Tyson's phone.
Environment Canada has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Mobile coverage area, take cover immediately if threatening.
But he and the boys are in the middle of nowhere with no time to get out of there. Now, before I show this in accordance with YouTube rules, let me note that absolutely no one was hurt in this video. But this frightening scene is what happened as the storm rolled in.
Oh, leaf.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Holy sh**.
I'm going.
Oh, je pense qu'il y a une tornade.
Non, oui, j'en vais.
On peut pas se sauver, c'est d'être là. Check.
Ouais, je suis sauvé.
Check.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Elle s'en vient, reste en dedans.
Non.
En dedans, en dedans. Non, on peut pas, il est trop tard.
Hard no.
En dedans. Reste en dessous. Tornado! Tornado! Stay low! Stay low! Stay low! Stay low! Stay! Stay! Stay low!
Is it leaving?
No! Stay! Stay low, buddy! Stay!
I'm just going to say this right now. This is not paranormal, but this is effing terrifying right here. I'm just going to come out and say it. Paranormal, you've got, hang on. All right. Delayed reaction, Spence, but here you go.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Still don't know why Blurp is not playing. It says it's connected to my account, so I don't know what's going on with Blurp. So I have to do a little more tinkering and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But here's the thing. The paranormal, you kind of have you kind of have domain over. And what I mean by that, and Spence, if you want to chime in on here, because Spence is one of my trusted mediums. They are somebody that I put a lot of faith in when we get into territory that I may or may not understand, being a kid that was, born and is still practicing Christian faith. But the thing about the paranormal is you can always assert control. Now, there are some truly dark things out there. I'm the first one to say that. There's some truly dark things out there, but the thing is, you can outrun them. You can take actions to protect yourself. You can have EVP. Sorry, give me a minute. Evie? Dorito, leave her alone. Dorito, come here. Come here, Dorito. Yeah. Now, Evie, don't you roll up on your kid. Evie? Evie! What are you doing? Sorry, when you got 5 cats in the house, sometimes you got to do some cat interventions. Easy. Dorito, get up there. Get up. Good boy. Good boy. Now, Evie, come here.
Daddy, I have a very complicated relationship with my boys. Don't you be doing that, boys, Daddy. You want to get up here? You're using that technological hoopity bunch. Daddy. Oh, Daddy. I'm gonna pop you one. You watch me. I'm an Appalachian queen. Okay. Daddy, you just don't understand me.
All right. Yes, they are home for the holidays. Panic. Oh my God, Panic. You have a homework assignment, Panic. You have a homework assignment. You need to go back and watch the weird news segment. I have an entire thing about polar bears. So you need to go and you need to look into that. Okay, so where was I? Right. With the paranormal, you can basically say you are not allowed to follow me, or you are not allowed to come home with me. You have to stay here. You can assert dominance over whatever darkness is present. With nature, no. With nature, With nature, you got to figure out, I'm sure this guy's shtick is, hey, we're doing survival tactics a la Bear Grylls. If a situation like this comes up, yeah, I'm all, yeah. Nature is a bear, pardon the pun. Some things are more persistent. That's true, Spence. But one thing you can do is you can, even the persistent ones, you can still take action against. It's very hard to take action against nature. When they say it is a force of nature, there's a reason why they say that. So let's get back to this. Oh, and I should also do this. There we go.
Stay! In this small ball! Stay low. No, we're good.
No, we're dying.
No.
Jeez, dude.
No.
Oh my God. Ice. Stay, Miguel.
Stay.
We're gonna wait.
Holy
Ice, please don't make me.
Is he good? Only good.
But sir.
But like a proper YouTube content creator, he is filming the crap out of this. So good on him.
Please, God, please.
God, s'il vous plaît. Oh my God. No.
Stay low. Stay. Holy Stay. Please, God, please.
God, please.
Still not sure why Nuke chose this video, but okay.
Now again, let me repeat that in accordance with YouTube rules, none of these guys were hurt. Because of the amazing stability of Tyson's shelter, everyone survived and made it out without a scrape. Tyson returns a few days after the storm to check out his shelter and the surrounding woods.
That's my cabin. 2 trees. 2. That's my cabin right there. That is insane. Oh, that's snap though. Snap. I need to clear the trees. That's snap there as well.
The trees around the shelter have been uprooted and blown to the ground, but the shelter is still there. The guys are even able to find their bikes buried under one of the downed trees.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, no way. Bro. Our bikes are good. Wow.
Bro.
Good spot.
My bike.
Our bikes are good.
So Tyson's amazing nature shelter actually saved their lives. He considers it a blessing that they were all able to escape without injury.
Okay, couple of things about this. I mean, and don't get me wrong, everybody. Don't get me wrong. I am not in any way, shape, or form saying this was faked. A couple of things that kind of tick me off about this video, though. All right, I'm just backing up a bit. But yeah, exactly. Great construction. Incognito, how are you? Good to see you. And pleasure to meet you as well. We are currently in the analysis portion of tonight. We're looking at different footage here. And okay, so this guy Tyson Pierce, obviously outdoorsy guy, and
basic survival in nature.
Now, I would not categorize this as basic survival. This is amazing what this guy is building. Okay. And I'm sure it's based on history. You know, he's doing the whole thing with his hair. And welcome back, everybody, from ads over on Twitch. But this is really well done. This is a really well done construction. But here's a couple of things that I would say, Tyson. A few tips from a guy who watches a lot and maybe far too much documentaries on severe weather. I'm just gonna deal with it as I go. Dorito. Yeah, I took your side, but don't test that. Okay.
Sure. But on one fateful day, all of his training is put to the ultimate test when something happens that is.
So I want to point out one of the things this guy's done that's amazing is he's got everything. You notice that he doesn't just have like a side here and a side here. He's got cross beams. He's got things that are intertwining. He has built this properly, and I want to check that with Tyson. He has built this properly, and this is an amazing thing to see. It's amazing.
Absolutely terrifying. Tyson is out in the middle of nowhere in Hawkesbury, Ontario, Canada, building what he calls a Viking turf house.
And I want to point out something too. Take a look at the sky. It is absolutely clear, beautiful, beautiful blue sky. Okay, beautiful blue sky. I don't think I would have skill on this level either. And even he had a couple of his younger brother and a bestie of the brother, you know, coming in and just, you know, they were just going to probably camp out there and do all that.
Survival hut. Tagging along with him to help are his younger brother.
Now, take a look at the sky here. I don't know how much time has elapsed between the time that he started the structure and now, but take a look at the sky in the back and you can see it's now completely overcast. Oh, thank you, Spence. You bet. Doing good so far tonight, but thanks for being here. Love you, friend. Okay, so they're
And
here.
his friend, the guy.
And already you can see with the cross beams and the covering that they've got, they've done a great job. They have done a fantastic job putting this thing together. But this is the okay.
As we're about halfway through building the Viking hut when suddenly an urgent weather warning comes through on Tyson's phone.
Okay. Here's my first gripe with this YouTuber. I get it. You want to do the whole, out in the middle of nowhere survival tactics, et cetera, et cetera. But when you get a weather alert like this, and you weren't expecting it, like you didn't check what the forecast would be or anything like that. I mean, yes, I realize that Bear Grylls and Survivor Man and all those survivalists, those professional survivalists, I know they all have crews that look this stuff up. But had I been in this guy's shoes and I got this alert, I would have been like, we got to get out of here. We've got to get out of here.
Environment Canada has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Mobile coverage area, take cover immediately if threatening.
But
and you see, that's what I mean. When they say it's one thing to get a thunderstorm warning, when you get a severe thunderstorm warning and take cover immediately, that either means one, there's a potential, but they don't have a tornado warning or a tornado watch, or it could be a derecho. A derecho has basically all of the wind of a tornado of a very mild tornado. He's in Canada, right? Exactly. But hear me out, though. Hear me out. I was going to say the thing I would say about that, Spence, is the warning said severe thunderstorm warning. Take cover immediately. That tells me, as an individual, there could be the potential for tornadoes or a derecho. And like I said, the derecho, it's got basically the same amount of wind power as a low end tornado, but it doesn't have the organization of it where it's focused and then you get the funnel effect. It's just chaos. I've been through 2 derechos in my lifetime, and they are nuts. They are freaking nuts. If it's in Ireland, I believe it'll cause our weather in 4 seasons in one day. There's usually a prior warning of weather conditions on way, but potentially cause some disruption. That's the thing about weather. Weather can turn on a dime, man. And I've been in some sticky situations involving weather. In particular, like I said, the first time I ever encountered a derecho, Pip and I were actually taking shelter in place, and we were in the basement of our then house in Northern Virginia, and we could hear it sounded like a freaking freight train, and it was intense. It was intense. Now you're right. I will say, Spence, you're absolutely right. Tornadoes are not usually a thing in Canada. You don't hear about tornadoes in Canada. But again, the warning said it was severe thunderstorm warning, not necessarily a tornado. But if it says severe thunderstorm, take cover immediately, I feel like that's a game changer right there. And he should have had an out. He should have had an out. But again, you're doing survival. If you're doing survival videos like what this guy's doing, guess what? Here's where this guy earned his. This is where the guy earned his stripes, in my opinion. There's nothing we can do about the turn of Mother Nature, no matter what the technology is out there now. I understand that also, but in the video, it's very convenient. Well, getting there. Let's push on ahead.
The boys are in the middle of nowhere with no time to get out of there. Now, before I show this in accordance with YouTube rules, let me note that absolutely no one was hurt in this video. But this frightening scene
We're gonna
is what
fast
happened
forward through
as
some
the
of the stuff
storm
we've
rolled
already
in.
watched.
Holy!
What the hell? Oh my.
See, that's what it looked. See, that color right there, that intensity, that was what I remember the derecho looking like when it was coming in. We actually watched the derecho come in, and I said, "Oh, this is going to be bad," and I was actually mentally prepared to call my insurance agent, and was wild. I don't think we lost any siding on the house or anything in that first derecho. But there were people that their houses got slammed with trees because we have these awful Bartlett pears, and those we don't have any in Lynchburg now, but up there they were decorative trees, and man, the derecho was just like, rip this, I'll rip this one up, and people had like cars. I mean, I remember driving through through my neighborhood after the derecho, and it looked like a freaking war zone. No, the walnuts are dangerous in a different way, Spence. The walnuts are dangerous in a different way. But yeah, I hear you. Not going to go his way if no risk to the conditions change the storm. I remember living in Florida and the severe storms that we had. Oh yeah, the severe. Well, see, you're dealing with tropic currents and tropic weather patterns, and that's a whole different level, Incognito. That's a whole different level. All right, so he's.
Holy sh! I'm going. Oh, ich passe qu'une tornade.
Okay, now that was. I mean, he's just making a bold assumption there. Now, for the kid to say I'm going, I'll give this guy a lot of credit. He kept the kids with him, and God love him for that. God love him for that.
On peut pas sauver, c'est d'être là. Check. Check.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Elle s'en vient. Reste en dedans.
No.
En dedans.
Now, just pointing this out, and I don't know if this dude will ever find the Grim Gazette, but if he does, I want to say what you did here was the smartest thing you could have done in either tornado or derecho situation. You notice that he has actually built this for the lack of a better term, a fort. And you notice that it's not completely flat. He's actually dug like a little, like an impression, like a sunken level to this thing. And that is what they're now telling people. It's like, look, when you go to an underpass, you don't want to necessarily go to the top part of the underpass, which you see a lot of people do. You see it in Man of Steel, and that's not what you're supposed to do. You're actually supposed to get low. Get in a ditch. They tell you abandon your car and get in a ditch. If you are lower than the ground, if you are below ground level, you have it's not a guarantee, but you have a better chance of survival. And he basically,
No,
the kids are saying, "Oh, we got to leave." No, you're never going to outrun a storm. You are never going to outrun a storm, whether it is this type of storm, whether it is a blizzard. Pip tried that once. Pip tried outrunning a blizzard. It did not work. But you cannot outrun weather. It's a bit like when people tried to outrun the eruption of Mount St. Helens. And I think it's dawning on me. I'm a bit of a weather and natural disaster nerd. I admit. So there it is. But there were people that thought I can outrun the eruption because the cloud isn't moving that fast. I can outrun it. There were a lot of different people that were caught in their cars, and there was a harrowing story about this one guy who photographed the eruption and then he ran, and he filmed himself running, trying to outrun the initial eruption of Mount St. Helens. And then there's a story of a guy who photographed Mount St. Helens, and then he literally got on his motorcycle and he tried to outrun it within the motorcycle. And that cloud may look like it's moving slow. That thing is supersonic. So you've got a lot of things working against you. You will never outrun a storm. And what this guy does here, particularly with kids, is absolutely right. He basically gets into the trench, and now he and the kids, especially when the kids went to the other side of the fort, that was more dangerous. And the fact that he huddled it with them, yes, that right there was the smartest thing this guy did. This was the smartest thing he did. In that situation was he's keeping the kids close to him, and he's in that, and he's currently in. He is currently in a lower than ground level embankment. So really, the only thing that would have ruined his day is if a tree would have fallen even if a tree had fallen directly on there. He was actually standing on top of it. At one point, he was walking over it, the video we're showing. So that's a pretty secure structure he's under. What speed or force can this go on record at them? That's a good question, Incognito. That I don't know. But Viking civilizations over the centuries have made and adapted to their surroundings and conditions. Only best they with materials that are available. I'm good at it. You see good at this topic. I do my best. Sometimes I like to describe myself, I am a font of useless information. But him and the kids being this low to the ground and being together like this, that was the smartest thing he could have done at this time. And thank God nobody was hurt, obviously. And I'm assuming that was why Nuke's top 5, because this is the top terrifying videos. It doesn't necessarily have to be I'll be the first one to tell you. What scares me more than the paranormal? One, real people. And when I say real people, I mean like real people who can do me harm. Not people in general. I love people. I do. What scares me more than people? The weather. Because, man, the weather can really F your day. It can really F your day and your life. But this is amazing that... See, that doesn't look like a tornado to me so much. That looks like what a derecho can do. I'm sure he probably thought it might have been a tornado. I don't know. But from the damage done to these trees, it looks like it's more of a derecho than a tornado. Of the Green Knight. Ooh, good reference.
It's my cabin right there.
But I mean, what I find, again, a testament to how it was built. Because he's got the cross beams, you see that at least 2 trees fell on it. And it's still standing. They still had plenty of room to get out of there.
So Tyson's amazing nature shelter actually saved their lives. He considers it a blessing that they were all able to escape without injury.
Thank you.
It's cold outside, but you can keep warm in some all-new Nuke Stop.
All right. Let's see what's
after the video. A grave situation.
All right.
A young woman named...
All right, so so that was the first video that we saw tonight. Let's take a look at number 2.
Britt lives on a large horse ranch in the mountains. She says that lately, things around the ranch have gotten a little strange. Well, actually, they've gotten a lot strange. It all starts one day when Britt's dog Josie just completely freaks out.
So, I'm recording this just in the off chance that no one believes me. Maybe I can catch it. And by the way, I have a freaking cemetery in my front yard. I was just inside. I'm by myself with my dog. She's in that room upstairs. You can really hear her working from here. Josie. Yeah, she's just been staring at that, and then she started barking, and she growled. And when she growled, I kind of like booked it, but I don't really know. Like, that's usually like her stance while she's waiting for me to come home, and I'm just like, is she waiting for someone to walk out of that closet? Like,
Just gonna come out and say that's a very cool closet. I love a barn door closet. I do. I love a barn door closet.
I just don't really know what she's staring at. Because again, like, this is usually how she looks when she's waiting for me to come in, and I'm just like, what? What is it? What is it?
The dog starts ferociously barking at the upstairs bedroom closet for absolutely no reason. But little Josie's strange behavior doesn't stop there. As Britt mentioned, she has a private cemetery in front of her house where some of her family members and also several of their deceased pets are all buried together. Recently, the dog Josie has just started staring at the small graveyard.
Josie. Josie, what's going on?
The horses on the ranch often just stare toward the small cemetery as well.
Well, that's not creepy. Seriously, what are you two looking at? What is it?
But now, weirdest of all, Britt says that lately the neighbors' cows have started to wander over to her property, and they also just weirdly stand around the small graveyard.
See, this is what I'm talking about. They literally just come and hang out here all the time now. It's a newer development.
Okay, admittedly, that is a little weird. You gotta admit, that is a little weird that cows now are showing up. The only problem is that this theory that it's something about the graveyard. There are two cows just standing there by the graveyard. But there's a third cow. Third cow doesn't give two cow pies about this graveyard. He's looking over on the field going, and grass looking mighty fine. But anyway, let's see what happens here.
Like, why? They just kind of come and really freeze around this area. And they just kind of will freeze and won't move. So, yeah.
I'd be more concerned about the neighbor, because if the neighbor is letting the cows roam, I can only assume that the male cows, which we call bulls, are also roaming, and I'd make sure that my cows were accounted for. I'm just, it's kind of, granted, I'm a city slicker. I don't know. I know things about severe weather. I know jack squat about cows, apart from the fact that they make a great breakfast and a great lunch and a great dinner. And also, I get a wicked coat out of one of these guys. Anyway, okay. I know I'm absolutely distracted right now. Let's get back into it.
What's up?
Oh, no, wait a minute. The other cow isn't even it's just this one cow. The other two cows are kind of, I think they're just kind of, steers are typically in a separate pasture. Thank you. Thank you, Spence. Thank you for correcting me on that. I appreciate that. Now I know. The cow did sound hoarse as well. I saw what you did there. Okay.
Britt is confused and a little creeped out by all of the animals' strange behavior. But things are about to take an even more terrifying turn. One night, Britt orders some food from Uber Eats. The driver is a bit disturbed by the gathered cows at the graveyard, but He completes his delivery, and then things just get weird.
Okay. Delivery guy arrives at the property. I mean, I would be talking to the neighbor, going, "Hey, dude, you gotta take care of the cows, man. Take care of the cows."
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
This location is outside, no here.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You're a cow.
I'm scared. There's a cow.
They're actually not mine. They're not wasn't showing up.
No.
No.
Oh.
They come hang out around here every night. Yeah. What would you do if this happened in your house?
Oh my god. Hi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See, this is what I'm talking about. Every freaking night, like even at night, they even come and hang out here, and they just like stand and like. Are you for real right now?
Something sets off the alarm inside Britt's house, and as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab and pull her shirt.
Okay, I want to see that again.
She drops her food in terror and runs back out. Britt says that she was too afraid to return to the house. She spent the rest of the night in the family RV that was parked outside. Off the wall.
All right, hold on.
Britt's house, and as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab and...
That's pretty, okay, that's pretty convincing. That's pretty convincing. This has got to be, that is either one of the most elaborate hoaxes that I've ever seen, or yeah, this one's going in the no. I can't explain that. I mean, that's because that's a hell of a that's a hell of a long buildup. You got the shtick with the dog, you got the shtick with the cows, you got the shtick with the delivery man and the cows, and it all builds up to this. And what I find interesting about that is that it does look like someone is grabbing the shirt. I mean, she would have to be wearing, basically for that to be faked, she would have to be wearing some sort of apparatus that would be remotely controlled or you know, timed on her phone, and it would just have to be like it would have to poke out. But I'm stumped. I'm stumped. That is, and here's the funny thing about, we're going to be actually talking about the gems of Nuke's top 5. Sometimes the stuff that Nuke's top 5 puts up there is ridiculous. Then you get stuff like this. I want to debunk this. I really, really do. But that would have to be That would have to, and the reaction is very, very real. Yes, I agree. Fish wire masking. I need to stop watching Beardo. I mean, so here's the only thing, and that is a great analysis. That's a great analysis. But here's the thing. That fishing wire would have to have been see, here's the problem with the fishing wire. This would mean, if it was fishing wire, she would have to connect it to her house, okay? Okay, so let's say fishing wire. So that means that when she goes to pick up the food, she's basically got the shirt already rigged with fishing wire.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Because remember, this is also
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh my God.
That would also mean exceptional video.
They're actually not mine. They don't wasn't showing up. No. They come hang out around here every night.
All right. So again, this is all one take. I mean, this would have to be done. This would have to be done at the level of true detective style production, because it's all done in one take. And this is why she's doing this. She's showing you her perspective, but she's also showing the perspective. This hasn't ended. This is still recording. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna let it play. I'm just gonna let it play up here.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Every freaking night, like even at night, they even come and hang out here, and they just like,
this is wild.
They just like stand.
I mean, okay, so the alarm starts going off in the house.
Are you for real right now?
Okay, so she's walking in. She walks into the house.
Something sets off the alarm inside Britt's house, and as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab and... And as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab...
I'm looking for evidence of masking. I'm looking for evidence of masking. I'm not seeing it. And Michael, hey, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Just a little stumped by this video. A little stumped by this video. Look, the ghost wanted to probably wanted that burrito. I guarantee you there's a burrito in there. I mean, look, if I were that dearly departed, I'd be like, bitch, give me the burrito. I mean, I love me a burrito.
House, and as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab and pull her shirt. She drops her food in terror and runs back out.
And I also don't think when
actually grab and
I don't think it's masked, because when she brushes it off like that, I mean, if there was anything masked there, fishing wire is a lot harder to mask out than people think. Going back to what Beardo had said, you have to look for pixels being out of place and things like that. But that is amazing. That is amazing. It's
pull her shirt. She drops her food in terror and runs back out. Britt says that she was too afraid to return to the house.
That's a tough one.
She spent the rest of the night in the family RV that was parked outside. Off the wall. Now this next clip is over 12 years old and was filmed with someone's phone pointed at a CCTV screen. So obviously it's complete potato quality. But
that's why we're skipping it. I'm sorry. I don't care what. No. A 12-year-old clip, and it's somebody pointing their camera at a no. That is absolutely and positively unreliable and unnecessary. Pointing at your oh, come on. I didn't see one. I did not see one, incognito. Okay. All right, so we're moving on. This is the third video of the night. This is Intruders. Let's take a look.
a young woman named Jeanette moves into a new apartment. But not long after, as she is recording herself practicing a new dance routine, something happens that is truly terrifying.
Remember? We're friends.
No, I don't remember. Please get out of my apartment. Please go of my apartment.
Luckily, Jeanette escapes unharmed. She calls the police and they check her apartment, but the intruder is no longer there. Jeanette says that the man was never caught. But it gets even weirder, because after Jeanette uploaded the video of her frightening experience, observant viewers notice something very strange.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I have to pause because in lieu of Blurp not working properly, I'm on manual, so second hand.
Hello there.
There you go. Okay. All right, so she uploads this weird ass video. Let's see what happens here.
As Jeanette is fleeing her apartment, something seems to open the door right in front of her, as if clearing her path so that she can get away.
Please get out of my apartment. Please go of my apartment.
Okay.
Notice something very strange. As Jeanette is fleeing her apartment, something seems to open the door right in front of her, as if clearing her path so that she can get away.
Please get out of my apartment. Please go of my apartment.
Jeanette says that she has no idea how this could have happened.
I don't know. I'm just as confused as you guys are. I have no idea what happened. This door is not the easiest to open, and this is why I think it's like a divine thing, or like, I don't know, a ghost, or I don't. Yeah. It's not easy. So it's not like just like the wind pushed it or anything. I think someone actually, or something, I don't know.
So now let's cut ahead to a few days later. Jeanette and her friend are unboxing some of her belongings as she continues to move into her new apartment. But her friend sees something that gives her the chills.
You saw a man in my bedroom? He was right there between the green table and the bed, against the wall like this. No.
Jeanette's friend says that she saw a man just standing in the bedroom. But now, the man is gone. A few days later, and again Jeanette hears some strange noises from somewhere in her apartment. What happens next is pure nightmare fuel.
Cat's like, I'm out. Okay, first problem I have. Why is she filming it? She should be on 911 right now. That is my first red flag, but I will continue. I feel weird criticizing this video because this video is leading into, personal safety and things like that. But the other thing too is she's moving into this apartment. She's already had an intruder and someone else saw a man in her bedroom. And she's still moving into this apartment. But I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going and keep going. And being the dad of a daughter, this is a little triggering, but I'm just gonna push forward. She better not pepper spray the cat. I'm just saying, she better not pepper spray the cat.
Jeanette considers running out the front door, but instead she rushes into her nearby bedroom and grabs her pepper spray. But as she turns around, her blood runs cold as she sees something slowly make a deep imprint on her mattress, almost as if some spirit actually sits down.
Wait a minute.
But as she turns around, her blood runs cold as she sees something slowly make a deep imprint on her mattress, almost as if some spirit actually sits down on her bed. As she runs out of the room in fear, she turns, and the imprint on the bed is gone.
I am calling BS on this. I am calling absolute... Nope. All right. Let's break this down. Let's break this one down. And here's a problem. Here's a problem I have with Nuke's Top 5. I have seen at least 2 videos on here. At least 2 on Nuke's Top 5 that other people have sent me. Right? And both of them turned out to be amateur-made horror films. So here's the first thing I've noticed about this place. How would the door had done that? How would the door had opened on its own accord, right? How would the door have done that? I can tell you right now, temperature. Because I'm looking at this building that she's in. This is an old building. You got the hardwood floors. You got the old school window frames and windowsills. This is a very old apartment. And earlier this summer, our own house, one of the doors was having a tough time closing, right? Well, now it is not closing well enough. And every time we walk outside, we can't just shut the door. We have to shut the door and lock the house and lock the lock, because otherwise the door is just going to swing open of its own accord, which it does often. So that's how the door, I think, opened of its own accord. It wasn't truly latched, and even the slightest of drafts, it's going to open of its own accord. So that's the first thing. Secondly, that doesn't necessarily explain how the intruder got into the house in the first place. As far as her own personal safety, if she, I'm not going to say that she didn't secure the house or anything like that. It's more like if that guy crept into the house, he was quite good at it. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if the intruder, got into the house, and I'm giving her some latitude on that first one, because she was filming herself doing a dance routine. That makes perfect sense. You do that as a performer. But this one where if she's already had an intruder, and then her friend said she saw an intruder, on the third time, go for it. You're not gonna be filming you and your cat anymore. You're just gonna go on ahead and go, let's call 911. So yeah, I'm feeling like the BS meter is going off here, because that imprint was off to if you're filming something and you see something sit on the table, you're not going to be focused on the door. You're going to focus on that imprint, unless her focus was on the door and she didn't notice the imprint in the bed. But it just feels like now this video has too many red flags for me to take it seriously. I feel like this might be like an amateur horror film. Which it wouldn't be the first time Nuke's Top 5 didn't show up on this. But you know, the opening of the door on its own and some dude slipping in, I could see that happening. And I will say this, in the times that I've had to deal with people under the influence, in movies, they always charge at you, right? In real life, they don't. They just kind of mumble and they just try to talk to you. And it's just, it's weird and it's unsettling. But as far as this little bit, I really have a tough time taking this seriously because it now feels like it's an amateur horror movie. Nuke has been slacking. No, he's done that before.
Jeanette says that she is now terrified of the weird things going on in her new apartment. She says that friends have been staying with her until she can decide just what to do. Witchboard.
Okay. There is no deciding what to do. You get together with you sit down with your landlord and you say, this needs to be fixed, this needs to be fixed, and this needs to be fixed. And it's got to be fixed yesterday. And you get locks replaced because there is nothing in that contract that you sign where the landlord says, hey, your safety is your not if you got faulty locks. So I'm having a tough time with that last one. I feel like it was a amateur horror film. All right. Video number 4, and it's called Witchboard. So already I know exactly where we're headed. I know where we're headed with this one. So let's see how we go.
A woman is doing a solo investigation of a haunted house and is using a Ouija board to contact a spirit named Brenda.
Okay, stop. Time out. You're doing a solo investigation and you break out a spirit board. You've already lost me. You've already freaking lost me. That sounds like a setup of a horror movie. I know there are people that do solo investigations, but if you are messing with one of these, I've had first few seconds, 3 red flags. There you go. I mean, I feel like I should have flag in the play. We've got illegal use of a spirit board. We have first down offense. Because man, now there are some people that was that what are you saying there, Michael? Ouija? The Ouija board was the original, well, I should say the Ouija board was the commercialized version of a spirit board. They're called witch boards, they're called spirit board, but they're mostly called spirit boards or talking boards. And I know there are plenty of paranormal investigators who do not give these things any kind of credence, and they just don't they don't care about them. Ironically, someone who has a very strong opinion about Ouija boards is the aforementioned Beardo of Beardo Gets Scared. He basically said that something happened with him and a group of friends in a Ouija board that he can't explain, and it has haunted him, but it's also made him very critical of people who capitalize on the paranormal, you know? And the spirit boards are fine. You know, they are, you know what okay, it's like this. They're like guns. Some people collect guns. I have friends in the paranormal who collect spirit boards. One of them is Alex Mitsuo. They have an extensive collection of both spirit boards and Ouija boards. And when we were at the Wildwood Sanitarium, they had a lot of Ouija boards, like you know, or a lot of spirit boards. You know, the spirit boards were out as a collection. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful to look at. But if you are a paranormal investigator of some type of merit, and you're investigating alone, and you're investigating with a spirit board, that is a recipe for disaster. And what I mean by that is you have no one to back you up. You have no one. If you could say, oh, there's nothing to these Ouija boards, there's nothing to these spirit boards. But if something happens and you're by yourself, you're screwed. And I've always been of the fact it goes back to, while I've never had the pleasure of investigating with him, I've exchanged a few messages back and forth with him. And he seems like a nice guy, Connor Biddle of Paranormal Encounters. Seems like a very nice guy. I worry about him when he's doing his videos solo, because I feel like you should always have a partner in the paranormal for two reasons. One, that's how you pick up a passenger. Exactly, Spence. No matter what you believe, you should never go out investigating alone, especially if you're with other people, especially if you're going to start experimenting with something that you may or may not completely fully comprehend. And I'm the first one to say, I don't fully comprehend these things, but that doesn't mean that I can't take caution against spirit boards. Don't worry, we are going to watch the video, but the thing that I have a problem with is you have no one to corroborate the experience with if you are investigating by yourself. That's your first problem. The second thing is, if something goes wrong during this investigation, you have no one to help you. You are on your own. So that is one of my big issues with this so far. So let's go on ahead and let's let it play.
Which board?
But right now, I'm
a woman is doing a solo
2.
investigation of a haunted house and is using a Ouija board to contact a spirit named Brenda that she believes inhabits the home. But as she conducts her Ouija board session, she begins to suspect that she might be in contact with something much more sinister.
Am I dealing or am I speaking with the devil right now through this Ouija board? It is not Brenda. You've just said it's Brenda. It's not Brenda, is it? Oh my God. I'm trying to take deep breaths. Who am I communicating? I'm losing my. Who am I communicating with through this board? My nose is bleeding right now. Oh my God. The demon it's trying to say. I know I've got no tissue, but my nose is bleeding right now. The board is moving. Oh my God.
Okay.
The board is moving. Oh my God, right, that's it. I'm done. I'm off. I'm sorry, guys.
She hears a strange sound from the floor above her and her nose starts to bleed. But still, she decides to continue her session.
How you doing, Plague Doc?
Suddenly, the Ouija board flies off the table, and finally, she decides that she has had about enough. And she just gets out of there. The white lichen...
Yeah, okay. Again, the bigger problem I have, one of the other big problems I have with this is she's supposedly doing the board all by herself, right? She's doing this board all by herself. Her nose starts bleeding. And that's not enough for her to go, it's trying to spell out demon and my nose is bleeding. You should already get out of there. But the other big problem I have is that they were filming in this. They were filming with this vertical. They were filming in the vertical, which means we have no idea what's over here. We have no idea what's over here. We are taking this woman's word for it. We're taking this woman's word for it that there's nobody else with her. And had the board come towards the camera, I would have been a little more impressed. The fact that it went left to right, and we've talked about this before, you'll always notice that whenever people have things happen with Ouija boards or something like that, or anything supernatural, most of the activity that makes something move of its own accord, it always happens left to right or right to left. It's always here. And that was perfectly choreographed. It was no, that was too much of a perfect setup. So, but the bigger problem I have is that she's alone, or claims to be alone. She's alone, and she's like, I'm going to go on ahead and I'm going to do a paranormal investigation all by myself, and I'm going to use a Ouija board. That it smacks of Baggins. It sounds like someone pushing the boundaries, you know, and you know, speaking about things, you know, that you stand toe to toe with, as Spence can attest. When I had the issue of whatever was inhabiting that house that we were investigating in Charleston, there was no Ouija board involved. I also wasn't alone. And I had the corroborating, you know, eyewitness accounts of my team. And they were noticing something was wrong. And what did they do? They immediately stopped and said, we got to get him out of here. The nose bleeding is a fun practical effect, though. Assuming it is, I believe it is a practical effect, because every paranormal investigator that I could think of would never say, "Oh, you're going to go alone into a supposed haunted house, and you're going to use a spirit board by yourself." Sure, not a problem, because the whole idea of the Ouija board, the whole idea of a spirit board, is that if you have multiple people touching the planchette and they're saying, "Oh, no, I'm not pushing it. It's basically an honor system, which is also the greatest weakness of a spirit board, because how often have you heard people say, "You're pushing it, aren't you?" No, I'm not pushing it. I'm not pushing it. But, you know, but it loses all credibility when it's just one person. And, you know, because you have no idea if she's actually pushing the planchette or not. So that's problematic as well. All right. I think I want to take you got to have real balls of steel to truly believe you're alone with a demon and sit there with it as your nose bleeds just for research. Exactly. If that's even the case. I think what I'm going to do now is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to shoot live this reaction video, because I think this is a good place to stop. I think I have given it's one thing when I have two questionable videos in a situation like this. When I had to skip a video and have two questionable videos, and there's only one that's got me thinking, I'm like, okay, you know what? I think I need to take a step away from Nuke's top 5 for tonight. We're still not done, because now we get into the deep dive, and the deep dive is actually going to be a reaction video. We're going to be a lot of starting and stopping, but it's going to be basically me reacting this video, and then I'm going to re-release it on YouTube, edited down and shareable with the public. Okay. But yeah, for me in that session, there was one I don't know, and 4 absolute trash. And I feel very weird saying that about the one with the woman in the apartment, because I don't want to trivialize her safety. But I feel like if you've had an intruder, and then your friend says they've seen somebody in your apartment, and then on the third one you hear somebody in your apartment, and you actually step out of the apartment, stop filming. Freaking stop filming. And call the cops, please. Anyway, don't worry, Plague Doc. You'll be able to see it in the VOD. So we're gonna take a break. If you haven't if you haven't stretched or gotten something to eat, give yourself a snack. You know, take care of yourself. Thank you everybody watching on YouTube. Thank you everybody watching on Twitch. We have ads starting in 30 seconds on Twitch, but we're just going to take a quick little break. I'm going to probably get a little more hydration for myself, and that's because I'm getting over a cold. And when we get back, we are going to shoot this reaction video to what I consider are some of the newest paranormal investigators to keep an eye on. We'll be right back. See you soon, everybody. And we are back. Hi, everybody. Hey, look, I want to say real quick, for everybody on YouTube and people on Twitch watching, this has been a busier than usual and a livelier than usual Grim Gazette. Had more people on both platforms, and I just want to say thank you very much for being here. Whoa. That one ended on a rather abrupt note. But I really appreciate everybody being here. I just want to make sure everybody knew that. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. So, I hope you don't mind taking if it took a little longer. I just wanted to get a quick bite and make sure I have the hydration. As you can tell by the sniffles and the cough, stuff I will be editing out of the reaction video. I'm getting over a cold. I caught it from my wife. You know, we have that kind of relationship. You know, what's hers is mine, what's mine is hers. And yeah, I just I'm getting through it, and I appreciate it. But I wanted to say real quick, thanks for being here. I really appreciate everybody showing up. And I wanted to ask, would and this is on for YouTube as well as on Twitch. Would you all be interested in having me do a cooking stream next week? Do a cooking stream about where I make my chili recipe. Would you guys be doing that? Would you guys be up for that? Good old fashioned chili recipe. Go for it. I love cooking. Okay. Did you mean to say indifferent or totally different? Tacos. Okay. You know, I might be doing that next week. Do a little cooking stream. I've been wanting to do a baking stream as well. And make some my cinnamon whiskey pumpkin pie tarts. Well, it's actually a cinnamon whiskey pumpkin pie. But I've been meaning to do like smaller tarts. That way you're not stuck with a whole pie. The tacos. I remember. Yes, you want Titan Taco Tuesday. Can't speak for Titan Taco Tuesday, but we're gonna do. I got Twitch Dad's Epic GG's pumpkin cinnamon whiskey pumpkin pie, and I have that recipe, and I also have Twitch Dad's Cincinnati chili in Lynchburg, and that's my these are like two recipes that I've been trying to perfect, and and I figure, you know, I haven't done it for YouTube, but I've done it for Twitch before, and since everybody's been great tonight, I thought, yeah, why not? If you guys want to see me do that, I'll make some time for it next week. Okay? And I appreciate it. To do art and cooking streams before transitioning to gaming. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I've been talking about, for the past year, I've been talking about doing a cooking stream in this kitchen, because the first time I did a cooking stream or a baking stream in my kitchen back in Northern Virginia, it was literally a third of the size of my current kitchen. So now I have more space to move in. So I think I want to do that. I think I want to do that. Yay and yum. Okay. So we're gonna excuse me, everybody. All right. I mean, here's the thing, Lakota. I even when I was gaming, I always made room for a cooking stream, because I just enjoy cooking and baking that much. I enjoy it. So, I think mixing up. I know some people are like, oh no, you got to do one thing. Got to do one thing only. I guess that makes me a variety streamer. I like doing different stuff. I like being able to offer people different things on this stream. And baking and cooking, I mean, it's something I take seriously, because I feel like people should make time for it. It's a great way to unwind, great way to get away from the computer. And also, in the words of Anthony Bourdain, someone should know how to make an omelet, how to cook a steak, and how to roll a decent joint. And he goes, that's the transition into adulthood. And I can say without a doubt that yes, I've transitioned into adulthood. We miss you, Saint Bourdain. We miss you. I miss that guy. Okay, so chat, I want to introduce you to some people that I have absolutely fallen in love with. And here they are. Chat, this is Ted and Lisa. Now, these two people, these two lovely people that you see right here, they are a pair of Brits that bought a chateau from the, I believe it was 14th century. Yes, 14th century. And they have been renovating it. Now, the thing about these two, if you recall, we did a really deep dive about these two a few Grim Gazettes ago. These two were trying to solve the issue of possibly a rat or a mouse being in their basement, right? And they caught some incredible footage, and you're going to see some of it right here. I think you're going to see it anyway. This is the camera that you just saw a cutaway of, is that these two caught a shadow figure underneath, basically underneath their in one of the lower rooms of their chateau, and they're a delightful couple, absolutely delightful couple, right? And shortly after they posted this video, they went on ahead and said, "Hey, we're thinking about selling the chateau," and they had worked really, really hard on restoring this chateau. And I wrote to them and I said, "Have you considered doing paranormal investigation nights or paranormal events or something like that? You have 400 years of history, at the very least. Actually, even more if you think about it. I mean, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I mean, you're talking 700 years of history." And I wrote to them, and I didn't hear anything back from them. But the thing was, I found their clip through Nuke's Top 10. Their clip was one of those clips, or Nuke's Top 5. Theirs was a clip that I was like, okay, I don't think this couple is faking it. And I even went back, followed their channel. And their channel, by the way, is Chateau de Montmagny. Chateau de Montmagny, right? And here's the funny thing. I went on ahead and, like I said, didn't hear about them, but I followed their channel, and I've been following some of the stuff they've been putting up lately. And they went on ahead and not only after the response that they got on this video, they wound up doing a really lovely video called Ghosts of the Chateau, Echoes of the Past. It's a lovely video, and what it was they were telling the stories of they were telling the stories that other guests had left behind. And if you want to see that video, it's really a delightful video, and they had a lot of fun putting it together, you could tell. And and that's where you can find the video, everybody. And go ahead and give them a follow. Let them know that Old Spirits Investigations, send them your way. But what's really cool is after they, and I want to be clear about this. The majority of this channel is all about their DIY experience, and I kind of dig that because on a smaller scale, we've been doing that. And with this house, we've been rescuing and restoring parts of this house, And you know, as much as we have customized certain, you know, rooms of the house, there have been other parts that we have, like my wife of Infinite Awesome, Pip Valentine. She restored this this fireplace, and it was like a 3 or 4 month job. And you look at it where we started, and you look at it where Pip finished, and it's amazing. It's really amazing. And their videos, honestly, are not garbanzo. But I will point this out. The first one that they posted about capturing the shadow, the shadow on camera, that was 46,000 views. Before that, they had a video about the future of the chateau, about whether or not they would be able to keep it, or would put forth the effort to keep it. That had 14,000 views. And then they've had, you know, like modest little views here and there. Then they did Echoes of the Past. That got 24,000 views. And then they had, you know, renovating 12th century stone, 7,000 views. Buying a French house for 30,000. That was less than 7,000 views. So they've got different ones. Then they have this one, Caught on Camera, Furniture Moves by Itself. That's the title of the video. That is, at least from the past, from just the past few months since October, this is their biggest video with over 100,000 views. And that's the one we're going to react to tonight. So let's go on ahead and let's get into this. And I'm gonna take down the music so that we can just watch this in silence. And yeah, I'm gonna let you decide. But let me tell you something. These people are my favorite new ghost hunters, and you're gonna find out why. When we react to this video. First off, Lisa, her happiness and her energy, it's absolutely infectious, and you'll see what I mean in just a second. Here we go.
So a few weeks ago, we came across some quite strange footage that happened here in the chateau in the middle of the night. At the time, I was trying to capture a mouse on camera. We left the camera running overnight, and something very strange happened. In the middle of the night, the door opened, apparently on its own. That activated the motion censored lights that are in the boot room. Then you see a shadow that goes across the camera, across the room, and the camera tilts as if somebody's moved it. Now, we've tried to think about give an explanation to...
One of the things that they don't mention about this particular clip is that you actually hear the latch of that door open, and you actually hear, they caught the sound of the latch tripping. They're the only two people in this part of the chateau, and on top of all that, it's like I want to say they said that according to the film log, it was either 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning. So you hear the latch, you hear it open, you see the shadow figure, and then the camera leans on its own. This is a pretty compelling piece of video to begin with. I'm gonna let this play.
To this footage, but we can't. But anyway, quite a few paranormal channels picked this footage up and have got in contact with us and asked us to do some more filming and see if we can capture anything else. We did do a vlog the week after that, which was a Halloween special, and kind of telling you all the different activity that we have actually had here over the years, most of it witnessed by our guests. And most of that paranormal activity, or unexplained activity I like to call it, happens in this room. So this is where I'm going to set the cameras up today.
So this is something I already love about her. Both she and her husband, Ted, both of them are not necessarily true believers. And you've heard me talk about true believers, and you've heard me talk about the value of asking the tough questions, you know. She is not calling it paranormal activity. She is calling it unexplained activity. And what she does here, I'm assuming she is doing without any kind of coaching. But if she's been in chats with other, if she has been talking with other paranormal groups, because she never responded to our email, but if she was talking to other paranormal groups, what she does next is pretty amazing. Here we go.
So this is the chambre d'armes. It's called that because it used to be the weapons room. That's what it used to be used for many years ago. Now this property is 700 years old.
Look at this
built
property.
in 1360. So it has a lot of age to it, a lot of history to it, and a lot of stories.
Great drone shots, by the way. Great drone shots. I have drone shot envy. This is awesome.
Now, I've been given some advice by people on what to do with this filming. And what we're going to do is set up cameras in each corner of the room. What I've also done is covered the table with flour. Seems very strange, but I've covered the table with flowers. Now, apparently, if there is any energy here, they might write in it. Now, I'd just like to make you aware, a lot of people commented on the vlog saying, why is Lisa so happy about this activity when we was watching back the footage? And I think you have to know me. 99% of the time, I'm laughing and happy. So it is just the character I am. But I don't think I actually believe in ghosts. And I don't think Ted does either.
Isn't she awesome? Isn't she awesome? I'm telling you right now. I love Lisa. I love Lisa. I'm going to go drone flying with Ted. I want to buy Ted a pint and go, might. I mean, they're just darling. They're just darling. But what I really love the fact is that she has said, I'm going to be setting up different camera angles. So already she has done more than what some people, when they're investigating, you know, the stuff you see on Nuke's Top 5, she's already taken it to the next level. She's like, I'm going to go on ahead. I'm going to set up, you know, these different camera angles. And then she does the thing with the flower, which I think was clever. And I'm assuming that's what some of the other folks were telling her, other paranormal groups. They were saying, oh, yeah, you should do this as well. Give them a chance to communicate, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So
we kind of have this agreement that it's energy. I believe that houses like this of such an age, and any house holds energy. It's got stories to tell. And I think every now and again, we get a glimpse into the past. You know, perhaps it's at a time when our minds are more open to it, or when we're least expecting it, like when trying to catch a mouse. So yeah, I think I kind of don't believe in ghosts. I just think it's a kind of energy that's here in the house. So I guess that's why it doesn't scare me. So we're going to set the room up. We're going to leave it for about a week. Now, I can only do it at night because during the day, we need our cameras for air vlogging for the renovation of the chateau. So yeah, I can only do it at night. We do have one day where we're going out for the day. So, and I don't need the camera. So I might be able to do one day during the day, but I'm just going to leave them. I'm sending them over to my friend Susie. Thank you so much, Susie, for agreeing to do this. I wasn't going to do this because we just don't have the time to go through all of this footage, looking for the, you know, smallest detail. I just don't have the time, and I don't have the patience. I'm a typical Gemini. So Susie said to me, please do it, Lisa, and I will go through all the footage because she loves all the paranormal stuff. So yeah, so I've said to her, I only...
Exactly, Arelis, proper posh. But what's great about this is her attitude. She's like, I don't believe in the paranormal. I believe in energy. I believe in the impressions people make on a place. And this place has a lot of history. It has over 700 years of history. So there's got to be, if there's any place that's going to have some kind of energy, it's going to be this place. And in the original video that they shared around Halloween, where they caught the where they caught the shadow figure and all this stuff, they did say that they've had guests talk about some of the stuff that they've encountered, and they just didn't really pay a mind to it. I guess what really kind of piqued their interest was that this video got a lot of traffic. Now, as we said earlier on this channel, just because a big channel like Nuke's Top 5 features your video, it doesn't mean an instant ticket to stardom. You know, I mean, I've had a bit of that when I did my reaction video to Twitch for Dummies with Doug, right? And that reaction video got like over 100,000, 120,000 views, I believe. But keep in mind, Doug's video has had over 1 million views. And I'm okay with that. You know, I don't expect a massive windfall, and I don't think they did either. But there's a big difference when you look at the video average that they had before they did this clip where they shared, hey, we caught this weird shadow figure, and it literally, you know, went up by a factor of 5. And then they did this video, and like I said, I'm not going to spoil it for you all, but yeah, strap in, everybody, just strap in. But what I really like about her is that, you know, she's very rooted, feet on the ground, and I think she's got a great attitude towards whatever she is, you know, taking baby steps towards. Something else I think is great too. Something else I think is great too is her friend is like, you tape it, I'll watch it. So this girl Susie, she knows what she's getting into. She knows exactly what she's getting into. I mean, I watched 7 hours of me sleeping in the rocking cradle house here in Lynchburg, and let me tell you something, it's not the most riveting of footage. I did discover that there were, well, did I discover there were ghosts? No. I did discover though that I snore horribly, and I'm now very self-conscious of keeping my wife awake. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's get back to Lisa.
Something, you know, nothing like an orb, because I believe orbs are just bits of dust that are caught in the light. Sorry, I just do. I don't believe they're anything other than that. So I don't want anything like that, orbs or just bits of dust. It's got to be something significant. Otherwise, I won't bother showing it.
Please remember that. Please remember that, because that is going to come into play.
So we'll see. We'll give it a go. I don't think we'll capture anything, because it's not like the activity we've had here over the last 5 years it's not every day, it's not every week. It's now and again we get this activity. So I have a feeling we won't capture anything. But anyway, fingers crossed, let's give it a go. I'll set the cameras up and then we'll just see what happens. And yeah, come back to you at the end of it. So I'm going to set the cameras up and then we'll get on with the show.
She is just a delight. She is a delight. And like I said, when you meet Ted, he is just as awesome. But take a look at that. 4 camera angles.
Day one's about to begin. I'm leaving the lights on because we don't have motion censored lights in here. And obviously we want to be able to see. And we only have 1 night vision camera. The rest aren't night vision cameras. So we use what we've got. Anyway, see you tomorrow.
So keep in mind, this lady is a non-believer. She doesn't necessarily, you know, buy into everything that the paranormal is selling. And this is her setup. This is her setup for trying to figure out if there's anything to it.
We left the cameras overnight, so I'm going to go and take the footage, send it over to Susie, set the camera.
This reminds me of the first time I went out with Phil. This reminds me of when we went to the Belgrove Plantation. She is just absolutely over the moon right now, and I love it. I absolutely freaking love it.
Is up again tonight. We'll go on from there, and then we'll come back to you if anything happens. If nothing happens, you probably never get to see this vlog. Anyway, let's get the cameras set up again. See you in a moment.
I want to make this lady some chili, or a brisket, or, you know, some mac and cheese, something very American.
Okay, day 3 now. Susie has already gone through the footage of day 1. Nothing there, so we'll keep going.
So this is, again, mad props that I'm giving to Lisa for this, right? Mad props. She is doing this on multiple days, most of the time, and this is the thing so something about paranormal investigation I think is worth mentioning is that, yes, you'll see a lot of groups go back to other to locations they've been at before. I mean, good Lord, how many times did the ghost hunters visit Waverly for good reason? And, Project Fear, they went to Crescent, SCI, multiple times. And it's not just, and the other thing about it is what you see on ghost hunters, and this is something I think that is, it's tougher for groups like Paranormal Quest, Old Spirits, Amy's Crypt. We usually get one night. But when it's the ghost hunters, or even the ghost adventurers, Kindred Spirits, they get a whole week. And what you're seeing in that 1 hour period is the best of what they collected. So it's multiple nights. A lot of people think people show up, they do one night investigation, they go, oh, it's haunted or nothing happened, no big deal, right? But I admire the fact, and I respect the fact that that they are doing this across multiple nights. That is amazing, and I think that's just phenomenal. Okay. So Michael, so Incognito, you say she looks like a really cool hippie type art creative style. The funny thing is, keep in mind, I'm not sure where she falls, but I mean, hey, she and her husband Ted bought a rundown 14th century chateau and they're restoring it. I'm already just grokking in on that. I just think that is awesome. I think that just says everything you need to know about this couple. And they've been working very hard to save it. Apparently they had what they describe as a life-changing donation in the GoFundMe that they launched. So anyway, so let me go ahead and let me get back to this. But yeah, she's so freaking cool. All right, here we go.
Day 4, I have to say, getting a little bit bored now.
And that is the life of a paranormal investigator. It's 95% boredom and 5% what the F was that?
Okay, day 5. Here we go again.
Okay, so again, 5 days of consecutive filming. 5 days.
Okay, so by day 10, I was beginning to get a little bit bored until I received a phone call from Susie. She'd actually found something.
So Zux, first off, welcome into the chat. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you have any questions about the paranormal, about what we're doing here, or about the Grim Gazette on a whole, please feel free to ask. And again, thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Okay. So now, do the math here, everybody. They were up on day 10. They're nearly at 2 weeks. 2 weeks of filming the same room. And then they said, the person that was looking at all their footage said, hold up. I think I found something you might want to look at. I'm just going to let the footage play. Here we go.
And this is the clip she sent us. Now, sadly, we don't have timestamps on our cameras, but going by Susie's estimation of the length of the videos, and obviously she's condensed these so you don't see all of the stuff where nothing happens, but the lights went out, came back on, and went out and came back on again around 4:20. About 5 minutes later, this happened. Now you see in all 4 cameras, the chair moves. But then something else happens. See if you can catch it, because I didn't at first.
Shout out if you see it.
Okay, so let's look at every individual angle. Now you see the cushion moving. It was only captured in 2 of the camera angles, and this is the second one, and you can only just about see it if you zoom in. So I've just shown Ted the footage that Susie sent us over. What do you think?
Well, I don't know what to think. It's like the last time. You know, it's crazy that we've had all this stuff and you've seen the footage of what happened before, and we've told you the things that have happened.
By the way, the moan you just heard, that was not paranormal. They have 2 beautiful dogs, I believe 2, and just darling as all get out. Okay, so here's the thing I find the most fascinating about this. I'm going to back it up a little bit to where all this activity has. First off, and this is what I think is great about what she did. Okay. First off, one of the things you hear, and real quick, Zux, you asked me if I believe in the paranormal or not. Here's my stock answer. I have been at paranormal investigations for roughly 4 years. We're coming up on our 5th year, Old Spirits Investigations. And this is how I describe it. I cannot tell you beyond the shadow of a doubt if ghosts exist, if there
So you don't see.
If ghosts exist, if there's an afterlife, or that the paranormal is real. I can't tell you that definitively. Can I tell you though that in the 4 years that I have been to places like the old hospital on College Hill, Crescent SCI, the crash site of TWA 514, and the Wildwood Sanitarium, has some weird stuff happened to me? And have I experienced stuff that I try so desperately to explain, but I can't? Yes. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold. And this is why I keep doing it. I keep going back to the paranormal because so many weird things like this has happened to me. And I don't know how to describe it. Gettysburg is a freaking treasure trove of supernatural activity. And I just, that's the best way I can describe it to you, Zux. That's the best way I can describe it to you. So one of the things that I was explaining earlier in the evening was how paranormal activity always works in the questionable videos. Paranormal activity always works left to right. Everything moves left to right, left to right. Always the activity, left to right, left to right. Correct? But watch what the chair does here.
All of the stuff where nothing happens. But the lights went out, came back on, and went out, and came back on again around 4:20.
And this is after 5
minutes later.
9 days. But that's what I mean. This isn't left to right.
Now you see
this
in
is straight
all 4
back.
cameras, the chair moves. But then something else happens.
Okay, now look
See
up
if
in
you
the
can
bed
catch
in the
it,
top
because
left
I
corner.
didn't at first.
Bed closest here, closest to the camera, in the top left corner. And you see that pillow. Again, the pillow isn't going left to right. It's going towards the footboard. So if it is being pulled by a
let's look
wire,
at every individual angle.
if that's being pulled by a wire, if that pillow is being pulled by a wire, somebody is hiding in this little nook, ottoman, whatever that is, and they have threaded very carefully a thread, a fishing wire through the hinges over the footboard, and they've tied it on to that pillow. Just saying. But now watch this activity. I've been trying to debunk this. If someone is pulling a wire, the only place they could be from this angle is that door. That's the only way. And they'd have to run that all the way across. And when you look at the videos are very well produced, okay? The videos are very well produced on this channel. But I would be surprised, if not a little shocked, if anybody involved in this YouTube channel knew anything about how to mask out any kind of fishing wire. It is harder than people give it credit for. And there's no angle that I can see. There is no angle that I can see how someone could pull the chair out at that angle. Is the carpet moving when the dust moves? All right, let's go back and look, because we'll be able to see it from here. You're right. It puckers up. But only on the first move. Only on the first move. Watch it. Watch it right here. It does move. And then this happens, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Now you see the cushion moving. It was only captured in 2 of the camera angles, and this is the second one, and you can only just about see it if you zoom in. So I've just shown Ted the footage that Susie sent us over.
And that's the other thing, though, Incognito. Too much effort to do that for a channel that's not their focus. Exactly. You're telling me, you're going to sit there and tell me, and please, be as hard and as skeptical and as questionable as you can be, because quite honestly, it's a leap of faith for me to say these two would fake something like that just to get attention. Because it's not like this video is probably one of their biggest videos on this channel. And it's not like it's got 1 million views or something like that. It's this particular video is about the same size as my reaction video to Doug. And this has got me. I tell you what it's got me. It's got me curious. Very, very curious. And when you look at their other videos, when you think of all the other stuff that they're doing, why they would go to this length to try to, kick up business. I just find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. You're right, Zux. It's very interesting.
What do you think?
And
well, I don't know what to think. It's like the last time. It's crazy that we've had all this stuff, and you've seen the footage of what happened before, and we've told you the things that have happened. So in some ways, it kind of stands to reason that we'd have we'd have stuff going on in there.
Yeah.
The lights on and off could be explained by the odd power cut we get.
Yeah,
But-
I thought that.
But
yeah,
the chairman,
see again.
Yeah, and the
That's a
fact that you
crazy
see it in every angle,
Yeah.
just move.
Yeah.
And the way it just it kind of comes out gently at first, and then as if somebody hasn't been able to get it out, so they
they
bash
yank it, and then
that
maybe
kind
stop.
of goes to what? Do you remember what Carlston and Tobias had their experience?
Yeah.
Where they had a bashing at the end of the headboard.
Yeah.
It's a similar sort of aggression, isn't it?
I suppose so. It's kind of they pull it out with sort of a little bit of frustration.
Yeah.
That's Ted, everybody. This one's for you, Ted. That's for you, Ted. I could tell you some stories, mate. I could tell you some stories of stuff I've seen in the 4 years, mate. I could tell you some stories there, mate.
I don't know. It's crazy.
It's weird. There was no writing in the flour, so nothing on there. So I've now got to go clear up all that flour.
So we do, yeah, that's the only thing. We do want to say a massive thank you to Susie, Liz's friend, for going through all the footage. It's an extraordinary thing. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, thank you, Susie.
We just want to know what you all think.
Yeah.
Of what we're having.
Yeah.
What's going on.
It's quite funny. Anyway, that's about it from us for Paranormal, because we've got to crack on with their renovation.
And you see, that's the other reason that I'm giving this a lot of credence. First off, Zach, sup, my friend? How you doing, buddy? You'll have to go back and catch up on some of this, Zach. But this couple has become one of my favorite, investigators of the paranormal, because they're not investigators. They did, in my opinion, they did everything right. They had multiple camera angles. They did it over a course of multiple nights. And I just find that amazing that these, and I mean this in the nicest way, these absolute amateurs who have way more pressing things to deal with because they're restoring a 14th century French chateau. And they went out of their way to do this. I just find that amazing. I find that absolutely stunning. And I've got so many questions about this particular location.
Much as it is quite fun to do, it takes up, as you see, a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't have to go through it all. But anyway, please like, subscribe, thumbs up, share it if you can.
Plug it. Plug it.
Anybody you can.
And that helps us to grow our audience. And we will be cracking on with renovation. And we'll see you next week for more renovation.
Hit that hype button, and you've got a little announcement about something going live soon.
I've been working on a website. We've never had a website, so I've been working on a website. Our website goes live this week, so please, the link's in the description. Pop over, have a look at the website. Darling. Tell us what you think of it, and there might be some events on there that you're interested in, because we are having a paranormal evening, and we're doing a Traitors weekend.
Oh,
don't know if any of you watch Traitors, but we love it. So,
okay, so if you don't know, Traitors is a it's a very right now it's a very popular reality TV show that's happening. It's a reality / game / something TV show over in the UK. So they're having a Traitors night, but they are doing paranormal events. And I think that's amazing. I think that's absolutely amazing that they're see, this is my point. They're not leaning in to a point of where it feels staged. I have been to some locations. I have been to some places for paranormal investigation where they lean in so hard. I'm like, I'm questioning everything. I'm questioning everything that happens here. That's not these people. These people are this couple. They're in uncharted waters. And I just, it's not just the paranormal investigator in me, it's the actor in me. Nobody's that good of an actor. Nobody's that good of an actor. Not even Daniel frickin' Day-Lewis is that good of an actor. Now, if you want to check out their channel to not only see the 2 other paranormal videos that they have on their channel, then you can go on ahead and check them out. I will leave a link in the show notes when this is released as the reaction video standalone. But it's the Chateau de Montmagny. Chateau de Montmagny. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But these people are absolutely delightful. And I love their DIY stuff just as much as their 3 paranormal videos. And the fact that they're now doing paranormal events, I think, is fantastic, because if done right, not only can paranormal events be a lot of fun to host, but that money is going back into the restoration of this 14th century chateau, which you saw the images of. And yeah, I love these folks. And yes, Chateau de Montmagny It is on the list. It has made the list, everybody. It has made the list. And I don't know how Pip and I can make it fly. I don't know. I mean, I think Phil and Tina could probably make it work, but as far as me and Pip, we're gonna have to figure some stuff out. We're gonna have to get some more people to take to court over stealing my works for AI model training. Oh, dear. But yeah, there it is, everybody. I just wanted to make sure I shared Ted and Lisa with you tonight because they are absolutely delightful. I absolutely adore them so much. And I really appreciate you all enjoying this Grim Gazette. Until next week, stay weird. Okay, everybody. I just made a reaction video. Now I'm just going to go and clean it up and do little things here and there. First off, Zux, to answer your question, what is the weirdest thing that happened to you? Jeez. The weirdest. See, it depends on what you mean by weird. Because I've had some pretty intense stuff happen. All right, let me just think. Well, actually, one way I can look. Oh, what spooked me the most? Oh, I can tell you that right now. It was the crash site of TWA 514. That was the most frightening place I've ever been. And the thing was, during the day it was fun. During the day, I could go there, and I was fine. I mean, I could, but it felt heavy. There was a heaviness in the air. But the thing was that Phil really wanted to go back at night, and I said, "Yeah, sure, let's go back at night." And I remember his wife Tina said, "That's a terrible idea. You really should not go back there at night." But I'll admit it, I didn't listen. I was like, no, I want to go back at night. And we went out there, and we went out to the clearing. And but I should also mention, we were probably the last team to investigate. We were the last team to investigate TWA 514 because they have now built luxury homes on the site. So no more investigating of that crash site, sadly. Now, back to what I was saying earlier. There was a device that I was using. It's called the Flux 2, and the Flux 2. It's a response device. It's a triangle with a red light and a green light, and you're right. And it had been going off all the time. It'd been going off all the time. During it went off all the time while we were there during the day. At night, it went off once, and it went off only one time when I asked the question, "Do you want to talk to us?" I said green for yes, red for no. Green light goes off. Okay, so whatever's out here, it wants to talk to us. That's great. That's good to know. They want to talk to us. Great. And then we kept asking questions, and it wouldn't go off. It just kind of sat there. And then I said, "Are we safe?" And you can be honest. And I remember saying that. I said, "Are we safe right now? You can be honest. Green for yes, red for no. We just want to know if it's safe to be here." And the device just stayed pulsating blue, which is the neutral setting for it. And that was when Phil and I said, "It's time to go. It is time for us to go.
My buddy Phil
we need to get out of here." And that was the time I was that was the time that I was the most terrified. Sorry, I'm gonna get caught up over here on YouTube. What are we talking about here? Don't think you'll. I'm not sure what happened over here on YouTube. So I'm just gonna trust that you all are keeping it above board and keeping it friendly. But yeah, I mean that's been the most I've been scared. But I think one of the weirdest things that I've had happen, I've had some stuff happen in Gettysburg where I've picked up voices, like clear voices, that just defy explanation. There was nobody around us. Coldest day of the year, and I'm pushing through Devil's Den, and I pick up, I said, was it hot when you were here? With all the long grass, and I picked up this very clear voice that said it was a long day. We've also picked up. Oh, okay, no problem. You behaving? Okay. Let's see. I think one of the most amazing experiences I've had is a place called Linville Manor. The ghosts there, I feel like, know us, and they never disappoint. That place never disappoints. But if you were to ask me, what's a place that has made an impression on you, and you want to go back to, I would say that would be the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. That place was amazing. That place had a history about it, had a vibe about it. And I could not say no to that place if I got a chance to do it again. Hopefully that answers your question, Zucks. If anybody else has any questions for me about, OSI, paranormal investigation, the depth of what I believe or any of that, feel free. That's why I do stuff like this stream, the Grim Gazette, as well as the footage review, which I'm not doing this week because, as you can hear, I'm starting to lose my voice. But hang on, Michael. If you wanted to share a link on, if you wanted to share a link in the stream, I'd be okay with it. It's cool, Michael. It's cool. I'm just going to trust you that the content of the website will not be harmful in any way to anybody here of the EMFers of old spirits. So I'm just going to put that out there for you, Mike. But I appreciate you asking and saying that you're not going to advertise on someone else's stream unless you're invited. Consider yourself invited, so long as the content isn't like against terms of service or something. It is interesting, Zucks. It is very interesting. It's very interesting, because everybody's experience is different. And what I'm going to echo what I would say at the beginning of all of our videos, which is what we're offering in our videos, right? What we're offering in our videos is real, in that we're not screaming demon, we're not using visual effects or audio effects, and we're not faking anything. We're just sharing with you what we're experiencing. And we want to make sure that you understand that. We're not here to convince you one way or the next. We're not here to make you into true believers. Old Spirits is here just to try to figure out what's going on in a place. It's not necessarily in the same spectrum, but Zucks, feel free to share. Feel free to share. I love having open discussions like this. It's great. Although I am going to be, after after we talk a bit about Zux, if you share your experience, I am going to be wrapping up soon because I can feel the rawness around my voice. But I really hope everybody enjoyed this episode of the Grim Gazette. This usually happens on a Wednesday night. I want to give everybody that shout out. Usually on this night we do footage review, and we just cracked into the footage that we have from the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. But last night I was still sick. I was still feeling pretty raw. So I moved the Grim Gazette to Thursday. And since Thursday next week, I believe, is Christmas, we're probably not going to be doing this again until the week after Christmas. But if you want to see more of what we do, for those of you on YouTube, you've already found us. But over on here on Twitch, you can find us by following that link. You were sitting at a gas station. Two birds came flying into each other. One of them died right in front of me. The other one survived. Was that the strange thing that happened? Is that what you're saying, or did something follow up with that? Thank you, Aurelus. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, OSI also does paranormal events. We have been very fortunate to have great friends in the staff of Historic Manassas of Manassas, Virginia, and yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a good 2026, I think. So you were at a gas station. Two birds flew into each other. One of them died right in front of you. The other one survived. Right after that, a lady came in and said, "Just wanted to tell you are very pretty. Have a good day." And right after that, a guy came to me and gave you $5 and said, "God told me to do this." That all happened within 30 minutes. If you don't mind me asking, Zux, and please, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, and you can just say, "I prefer not to answer." Were you having a weird day that day? And what I mean by weird, I mean, were you down? Were you depressed? Were you feeling isolated? Were you feeling alone? Were you feeling that you might have wanted to harm yourself during that day until this point? Because I have thoughts about what happened here within that 30 minutes. I have some thoughts, but it may not be paranormal. That's the thing. Just a little stress? Okay, that's fair. I mean, here's the thing. To me, and this is the, spoiler alert, fair warning, whatever you want to call it. This is the Southern Christian boy talking right here. I would say that would be, the good Lord trying to tell you it's going to be okay. I would say that, to me, that's the way I would read it. I don't read what you're saying here as something paranormal. I'd read it as a higher power, whether you want to call it God, whether you want to call it, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, if you want to call it a white light, whatever you want to call it. I really believe this was something that was reaching out to you that was saying it's going to be okay. Now, do I find that paranormal? By definition, it would be considered paranormal because it's beyond. It's a wild coincidence, and in that wild coincidence, the borders of normality kind of bend, which makes it paranormal. So that's my take on it, Zux. I hope that helps you out. If it doesn't, then you need to find and interpret what that meant. Yes, exactly. Paranormal is things that are unexplainable, which is why paranormal covers way more than just ghosts. You have cryptids, you've got UFOs, they're all connected. Now, as far as I'm concerned, UFOs, it goes back to something Zach Finds Fish said over on YouTube, where he said, "I'm not a skeptic, but I have to experience it. I have to see it. I have to experience it before I will say there might be something to this." which is why I want to take Zach ghost hunting. I haven't forgotten. I'm not giving up on that. And the thing is that there are a lot of weird things that happen to you. And when you're getting into paranormal investigation, it just kind of, you're kind of inviting it in. But when it comes to other things in the paranormal, UFOs, I have to see it. And it can't be a shooting star. It's got to be, I have to see the landing craft. I have to see the landing craft leave, scorch marks on the ground, and I've got to meet the little green man inside. That, to me, I will then have some faith in UFOs. As far as cryptids, that's a hard sell for me, a very hard sell for me. Phil is all about it. He is such a fanboy for Mothman. It's going to take a little more convincing for me, just a little bit more. But okay, you know what? What a great night! Thank you all so much. I've had so much effing fun, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap up stream for tonight and probably go and faceplant somewhere because, man, whew, I've had a long day. But thank you all for being here for the Grim Gazette. As I said, looking at the calendar already, I can just go ahead and say, looking at the calendar, next Wednesday is Christmas Eve, next Thursday is Christmas Day. So probably no streams on those days. In fact, not a probably, there won't be any streams that day. But Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to do some special streams for you all. And if I can get some paranormal stuff in there, I certainly will. Thank you all, everybody. I will see you all, let's see, today's Thursday, so Saturday. It's going to be the Saturday afternoon matinee, and that's where I strap on the VR headset, and we get up to shenanigans. And the VR shenanigans I'm getting up to, brace, everybody, it's Deadpool. Deadpool in VR. That's only on Twitch. Sorry, not on YouTube, but only on Twitch. I'll see you all then. Until then, you all have a great night. Thank you so much for getting weird with me. I will see you all on Saturday. Take care. Peace.